Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
shorts that he was wearing on his body.
You recognize those shorts from April 30th of 2023?
I do, because it had the the UCLA and the Under Armour logo on the bottom left.
You can put those back.
Sorry. And again, there's additional packaging in here.
As you're putting those away, when you say additional packaging, is it common or is it standard procedure when you book a piece of evidence and then you open it, you take the original packaging and you rebook it every single time?
It is when there's a blood-soaked item, because we, again, to preserve the blood from soaking through any other paper, we will take extra precautions and wrap it and possibly stuff like the legs so they're not touching each other, again, for cross-contamination. And so then when it's dried, we keep the original packaging back in just so everything is there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Cole.
Good morning.
So, show me what's been previously marked People's Exhibit 64. The map has been exactly right.
Yes, sir.
Is that People's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
You prepared this?
Have I what?
You prepared this map.
Actually, a coworker prepared it for me.
Who used the Google program to prepare it? You or someone else?
Her and myself, we both did it together.
So you were personally observed the measurements from the program, but this other person prepared the map? Is that?
That is correct, yes.
On the left-hand side of the map, it depicts Highway 113, which is identified as Vic Fazio Highway running north and south.
Yes.
It does not show the bike path on the other side of 113, which runs parallel to 113.
It does not.
You were on that bike path and you observed the area where the bicycle was discovered.
When I arrived on scene, the bicycle was in front of a patrol car on Crystal Grove Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Deputy, can you help me out? And can you return the exhibits to the exhibit table? They're I think, so we got that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Edmondson, go ahead.
Were you made aware of where the bike was actually found?
I was shown by the officers, I was pointed in the direction approximate where the bike was found.
Was it by a bench?
It was against a wall, like a sound barrier wall.
So did they ever show you an area by a bench where the bike was first found before it was moved by officers?
I was not shown that, no, sir.
So this 892 feet, that is to mark the entire length of Sycamore Park.
Correct.
That is not supposed to be the distance from the bike, the overpass, to where the bike was found.
Correct.
If you were to, and if you know, suppose we had the bike path on the other side on this map. Wouldn't a general estimate be if I were to go basically right in the middle of Sycamore Park and go across approximately where my finger is? I know we're not exact here, but would that generally be the area where the bike was found? If you know?
I would say more or less, yes.
You never went out and measured the distance from where the bike was found to the overpass?
I did not, because I did not know exactly where that bike was located. I just had a proximity.
But you could review crime scene photos and determine where the bike was potentially, correct?
I don't have crime scene photos of that, no, sir.
Someone would have to show you the photos at the Davis Police Department?
Correct.
If another officer or employee of Davis Police took photos of the bicycle, are you allowed to access those photos or no?
I would have to request a working copy of them, yes.
So did anyone ever ask you to measure the distance from where the bike was found to the overpass?
No, I was only asked to what the overall distance of the park itself was.
In addition to using Google, are there other tools for measuring?
Yeah, we have other tools. We have what's called a Leica scanner that can be put up, and it takes 360-degree photos, and it can be then used to measure distances, yes. Or old-fashioned tape measure or wheel measure.
Do you still use the wheel measure?
Very seldom.
That traditionally was kind of the old school way of taking measurements.
It
correct?
was, sir, yes.
And basically what is a wheel measure is it's a handle with basically a wheel on it, and you put it on the ground and you walk and it measures.
Correct.
And even though they're not as fancy as other systems we use now, they did accurately measure distance.
Yes, I believe so.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Cole, thank you for your patience with the court and your testimony. I appreciate you being here yesterday and again today.
You bet.
Have a great day.
You as well.
Okay, Mr. Demora, witness,
People are recalling Mr. Alford.
Alex Torres. Detective, good afternoon, good morning, good to see you again. Come in, take the oath again, and then the witness stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Alex Torres, AlexTorres.
Okay, direct.
Good morning, Detective Torres.
Good morning.
Detective Torres, did you attend an autopsy conducted on May 1st, 2023 at the Yolo County Sheriff's and Coroner's Office?
Yes.
And was that an autopsy for Karim, Abou, and Najm?
Yes.
During that autopsy, did you take photographs?
Yes.
Have you previously viewed People's Exhibit 20 that contained photographs from that autopsy?
Yes.
The photos on there, were there 65 photographs on that exhibit?
Approximately.
Did you take those photographs?
Yes.
Did you take them on May 1st, 2023?
Yes.
And you're familiar with each one of those photographs?
Yes.
And those photographs captured what you were photographing at that time
Yes.
and fairly accurately depict what it was that you're taking pictures of Mr. Abou Najm's injuries and his autopsy.
Yes.
As part of your role in the autopsy, did you take possession of a blood stain kit that contains a blood sample?
Yes.
And that's a reference sample for DNA for Mr. Abou Najm?
Yes.
And you take possession of a sexual assault and homicide kit as well?
Yes.
Is that something that's booked into evidence?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Torres, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dumar.
We'll call Dr. Sarah Abou-Schmidt.
Okay,
Abou-Schmidt.
thank you. We'll get the spelling. Okay, counsel, if you give us some room. Come on in. If I can have you stand right here at the podium. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. The clerk's going to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, and I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Sarah Avedschmidt, SarahAvedschmidt.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMore, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Abou-Schmidt.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
What is that?
A forensic pathologist is a type of medical doctor that performs autopsies to determine cause of death.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I have been practicing for almost 7 years.
And what's your training, experience, and education that makes you qualified to do that position?
So in order to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to go to medical school. After that, you complete a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency, and then I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship. After that, I completed board examinations and was certified at my medical licenses in different states.
Where did you go to undergrad and where did you go to med school?
Oh, undergrad, I went to Aquinas College in Michigan, and medical school, I graduated from Loma Linda University in Southern California.
So you said you did your residency and a fellowship as well?
Yes.
What do those focus on?
The residency focuses on pathology itself. Once you complete medical school, you specialize in your field, and pathology specializes in the study of disease.
And so after you complete your residency and fellowship, did you start working as a pathologist or did you just start working as a law physician?
Yes.
Right. So take us through your job experience, your employment background.
So after I completed my fellowship, I moved out here to California, and since I've been out here, I've been a contractor at multiple different counties in Northern California. I also have my medical license in Michigan as well, and have retained a contract to work in Detroit, Michigan.
And so when you do contract work for multiple counties, meaning if there's a death, the coroner's office or sheriff's office can call you to come perform the autopsy afterwards?
Yes.
Right. How many counties are you working in?
I currently have contracts in Yolo County, Sonoma County, Solano County, Butte County.
And over your 7 years as a forensic pathologist, how many autopsies have you conducted?
I've completed over 2,100 cases.
Has that been autopsies that you have been the lead on, or have there been other instances where you've assisted in autopsies?
I would say about 300 of those were from my fellowship training, in which you are taking the lead on them, but you're being overseen by a senior physician.
And in each of those autopsies, are you trying to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Are you familiar with causes of death that relate to, or causes of death that are a result of sharp force injuries?
Yes.
What are sharp force injuries?
Sharp force injuries are injuries inflicted to the body by a sharp implement.
Which is a knife.
Correct.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I think 17 times.
All in California or in Michigan as well?
California and Michigan.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the witness as an expert in forensic pathology.
In what area? No. Okay, so we have a qualified expert. I will say to the jury that throughout this trial, we'll have a few people, I expect a few more people that are qualified as an expert as well. I'm going to give you a jury instruction on how to interpret experts, okay? And so you'll get that instruction later in the trial. All right, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Evan Smith, when, and I think I butchered that. Did I butcher
It's
that?
okay. It's Avid Schmidt.
David. Write that down. I've been saying it wrong the entire time. Now, did you conduct an autopsy on May 1st, 2023 at the Yolo County Sheriff and Coroner's Office for a Karim Abou Najm?
I did.
And did you generate a report based on your findings as to the injuries and the cause of death?
I did.
And if I may approach with this Exhibit 21.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the autopsy report I authored for Karim Abou Najm.
And that report, I should say, in general, when you do an autopsy, do you produce a report close in time to the time you do the autopsy?
Yes.
Right? And did you create that report at or near the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you make such reports, including this one, as part of the regular course of your business?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how this report is prepared?
Yes.
Because you prepare it, right?
Correct.
And what sources of information do you use to generate these reports?
So I'm using my visual observations of the body, the external examination as well as the internal examination. I'm using the scene investigation information that is provided to me, and then I use the toxicology report that is resulted after submitting specimens for toxicology.
And once you consider all those pieces of evidence and you make your findings, you try to review do you review your report to make sure that it's accurate?
Yes.
And so, directing you to the report, when you were completed your autopsy and you produced your findings, were you able to determine the cause of death for Abou Najm?
Yes.
What was that cause of death?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And as you indicated when I was asking you questions, multiple sharp force injuries that can come from an item such as a knife.
Correct.
How many multiple sharp force injuries did you identify during the autopsy?
This case had 52 sharp force injuries.
Were there two different types of sharp force injuries that you identified?
Yes.
What were the two types?
I documented both incised wounds and stab wounds.
What's the difference?
So an incised wound is a fancy word for a cut, so it's more of a superficial injury, and then a stab wound is a deeper, more penetrating injury.
How many stab wounds were there?
There were 40 stab wounds,
How many incised wounds?
12.
Now, do you document in a diagram, and I will permission to publish them?
What is it?
The diagram, similar to what we saw yesterday.
It's part of Exhibit 21?
Yes.
Granted. It's a diagram, okay.
And just showing this.
You can-
All right, so taking you to the diagram. Now you have 4 different diagrams in your autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
And are these standard diagrams that you use in all your autopsies to identify where wounds are and identify the cause of death?
Yes.
So taking you to this is the front and back side of an adult male, correct?
Correct.
Right. So looking at the left image, you identified multiple areas with SW or IW, and do those stand for stab wound and incised wound?
Yes.
So looking at, and we'll use exhibits from, or pictures from 2020, focusing on, and we're not going to, I should say, when you identify wounds by number, is that in the particular order of how they were inflicted?
No.
Why do you give those numbers on this chart that way?
It's purely for documentation purposes, so it's an arbitrary number. I go from top to bottom.
Just to make sure that you can keep all of them consistent and identify them?
Correct.
So I will start with this area SW 6-23.
Wait, we're not showing, we're showing pictures of the body?
Yes, they're going to
Okay,
be
so that the media order is in place of they can't be projected, right? So we can continue live stream, but not the photo. Okay, thank you.
And for the court, I'm going to switch between the diagram and the photographs as well, like we did yesterday.
Okay.
And so looking at 6-23, what area are we looking at on Mr. Abou Najm's body?
So this is the left upper chest and left shoulder.
How many wounds were there?
There was 18 wounds in that cluster.
And does this reflect SW 6-23?
It reflects part of it, but doesn't reflect the complete cluster.
And this is part of Exhibit 21. The photos, last 3 digits are 736 maybe?
7736.
Thank you.
Now looking at 7737, does this show 6-23?
Yes.
So let's go through these wounds quickly. So how many wounds were in this area?
The cluster that I documented on the left chest and left upper arm was 18 wounds.
What they range in size from?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. You have your report in front of you on, if I could direct you to page 5 of that.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the doctor could.
That's fine. She can refer. Just let us know when you're looking at
Okay.
the report. It's fine. We understand.
Great.
Okay, the wounds ranged in size from 1/2 to 2 inches in length.
And where did the wounds go? How deeply did they penetrate?
I would have to look at my report again for that.
Thank you.
They extended to a maximum depth of 2 to 5 inches.
Did any of those wounds fracture the left clavicle?
Yes.
Were there any other fractures at the, in this cluster that the wounds created?
Yeah, so this cluster also fractured multiple ribs on the left side of the body.
Are we able to tell how many ribs were fractured?
I believe it was 3, but I would have to look back to make sure.
If that refresh our report.
So it looks like it was just one rib, the third rib, but it went through the intercostal space on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ribs, which are it's the muscle that is in between the ribs.
And you mentioned a clavicle. Where's the clavicle on the body?
The clavicle is what we call the collarbone on the top of the body.
I think we have a
Pointer.
pointer
This guy?
there, right? And so you can point it out on the picture.
Okay. The clavicle's right around here.
And so that's where there's almost like a cluster of 4 wounds.
Yes.
Did any of the wounds penetrate the heart?
Yes.
Are you able to tell which one in this cluster penetrated the heart?
I wasn't able to tell which wound caused which injury, given there was so many wounds in one area and so many internal injuries in that area. Therefore, I clustered them and was not able to determine which wound was which.
When you say internal injuries, what other internal injuries did you identify?
So there was injury to the heart in multiple places, as well as the lungs in multiple places.
So going back to, you switch back to the chart. Right, so looking at SW number 4, you're familiar with that injury?
Yes.
What was that?
That was stab wound number 4 was to the right chest.
And how deep was, what was the size of that wound?
I would have to look for the size. The stab wound was 1.5 inches,
And how deep did it go?
5 inches.
Did this cause any internal injuries?
Yes, this caused a fracture to, I believe, the right 3rd rib.
So going back to the chart, looking at SW 32 and 33, what are those?
Those are stab wounds to the right arm.
And what were the size of those?
I would need to look again. Uh, 33 and 34. 33 was a 1/4 inch wound, and 34 was 1.5 inch.
Can you point out the injuries on this photograph on 7744?
I believe it's this one and this one.
And so you were pointing to the upper right arm, sort of in the bicep area.
Yes.
And how deep did those injuries go?
I'm going to look at my report. I have 2 inches and 1/2 inch.
All right, switching to 4 and 5. SW4 and SW5, where are those located?
On the right chest,
And what were the size of those injuries?
I'm going to look at my report again for that.
Yep, go ahead, and then after this, Mr. Demar, we're gonna take a break, so
Okay.
go ahead, Your Honor. He has the size.
Number 4 is 1.5 inch, and number 5 is 1 inch.
Okay, great, thank you, doctor. We're gonna take our mid-morning break. It's gonna be 15 minutes, and we have more questions for you. So you're excused, enjoy your break. To the jury, mid-morning break, don't form any opinions, don't discuss, don't research. I'll see you back on the other side. Thank you. Counsel, enjoy your break. I'll be right back. on the record, and we're taking evidence, and we have Dr. Schmidt from the witness stand. I do want to address a few issues before we get back to her direct examination. First, I'm told, and I didn't know this, that some of the chairs over there are missing bolts, or the bolts are loose in the jury chairs. And I'm also told by maintenance that they came in very early this morning and fixed a chair. I think that's number 4 they fixed. And then now I understand there's another chair that may be loose. So we have maintenance on it. Please write a note if something's uncomfortable like that. I really appreciate you giving me notice on that. And then secondly, I do want to advise all of the jurors to stay alert, and it's helpful if your eyes are open at all times. So I'm confident that all the evidence is being taken, and I know sometimes in that first session right after lunch, it's human nature to rest your eyes, and I just want to make sure it's just critical. I know you're all acting in good faith. I know you're all diligent, and I just want to make that general reminder how important it is. And for me as a judge to be able to check in with you, you probably see me looking at you during the taking of the testimony and everything, and it's my job to make sure everybody's alert and paying attention. And so it's really important that be the case. So that's just a reminder. And then it's also a reminder that at any point in time, if something arises during the trial that triggers your duty to disclose something, that you write a note. I have a note on that vein right now. Though, what number did this come from? Number 2, right? It didn't. So if you write a note, make sure you put your seat number on that. So I'll address. I'm not concerned about that right now. I'll address it later. So anyway, thank you for indulging me on some short admonitions, and also I don't know that I said good morning to everybody who jumped right in. So good morning, and thank you for your service. So let's keep going, Mr. Demora, and this is direct of Dr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the break, we had been talking about stab wound number 4, and you mentioned that there was a fracture to one of the ribs in that. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Is a fracture a break?
Yes.
Do you know, based on your medical training, experience, and expertise, how much force it would take to break a bone like a rib or a clavicle?
It's hard to really quantify and answer that question. It takes a significant amount of force, but it's hard to quantify how much.
I want to move to stab wound number 5. And so where is that located?
Stab wound number 5 is on the right chest.
And what were the injuries? We know what the injuries is stab wound, but what was the size of the wound? There we go. Got my question.
I'm going to look here real quick. The wound was 1 inch and extended to a depth of 2 inches and fractured the right 6th rib.
Photo 7745. And doctor, is that stab wound number 5?
It's a little hard to orient here, to be honest.
across a little bit? How about in 7731? Are you able to see stab wound 5 there?
Yes, here I can see 5 would be this one right here.
And would you be able to point out stab wound 4 as well?
Yes, stab wound 4 is also to the right chest, a little higher.
That one that's a little bit higher, it's sort of in the neck area above stab wound 4, was that part of the cluster for stab wounds 6 through 23?
This wound right here?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I clustered that with the 18 wounds on the left chest.
And one thing I should ask about these wounds that were, let me switch back to the diagram. These wounds that we're looking at on the front of the body, were you able to tell whether these were inflicted from the front or the back of the body?
Yes, these were inflicted from the front.
So all of the stab wounds and incised wounds are coming into the top of the body and then perforating downward.
Yes, all of the wounds we've discussed so far.
All right, so now I'm going to move down to in the arm, stab wound 38. And where was this injury, this stab wound located?
This is to the right wrist.
All right, and the same question I've been asking for the other stab wounds. What was the size of the wound and how deep was the wound?
Okay, I'm going to check my report. This was a 1-inch stab wound and it extended a total of 1¼ inches.
Okay, let's switch to a photograph. Is that stab wound 5, or excuse me, stab wound 38?
Yes, that looks like it.
The record of 7709. Now going back to the diagram. Want to go to, still on the front, IW incised wound number 12. Where is that located?
That's to the right thigh.
And if you could, same question, tell us the size of the wound and how deep, if at all, that wound went.
Okay, looking at my report. Number 12 was 2 inches in length and it extended into the superficial soft tissue.
What does that mean?
Just the tissue underneath the skin.
And so it didn't go into like the muscle or the bone or anything like that?
Correct.
All right, and just below that, stab wound number 40. Same question, same set of questions, where was that located?
This is to the right knee.
I'm going to switch to photograph. How big was the wound and how deep was the wound?
This wound is 1½ inches and it extended 2 inches into the skin.
And looking at photo 7762 on the screen, is that stab wound number 40?
Yes, this one is stab wound 40.
What's the one just to the left of that?
I believe this is the incised wound.
So that would be number 12.
Yes.
Right. Is that wound from front to back and then right to left and upward?
The stab wound,
Stab,
number
yes.
40. Do you mind if I look?
If that will,
Okay.
that'll help.
Yes, front to back, right to left, and upward.
What does that mean? That seems like it went every direction.
Yeah, so we document 3 different planes, and it's based on the body being in the anatomic position. So that's being basically laying down on the table with the palms up. So we're saying front to back, from front of the body to the back of the body, right to left on the body, and then upward, going upwards towards the head.
Now, do we we cover all the wounds on, the stab wounds and inside wounds on the front of the body on the left side of the chart.
Do you mind showing me the chart to
We
make
should
sure?
do that, that would help.
Yes, it looks like we covered all of the ones documented on the front side of the body.
Now, moving to the back side of the body, on the right side of the diagram, let's go with stab wound 24. What is that?
This is a stab wound to the back of the right shoulder.
Same question. How big is that wound and how deep does that wound go?
Okay, looking at my report. This is a 1-inch wound and it extended 1.5 inches.
Were there any internal injuries that were sustained from that?
Just the soft tissue.
And looking at photo 7765, is that stab wound 24?
Yes, right here is stab wound 24.
Just in the photograph, is sort of at the top of the shoulder running along the back side.
Yes.
And what direction did this wound, was it sustained?
Let me check again on this report. Back to front, right to left, and downward.
And so this would be a stab wound that someone sustained by being stabbed in the back, basically.
Yes.
All right, let's move to back to the diagram. I believe it's stab wound 36, moving down the right arm,
Yes.
below the armpit. Okay, what is that wound?
Stab wound 36 is to the back of the right arm.
And same questions.
Right.
What size? How deep is that wound penetrating?
So I documented that one and clustered it with the other injury on the right elbow, and I gave a range from 1.25 inch to 1.5 inches, with an extension into the body for about 2 inches.
And how did the wound track? What was the direction?
I will check again. Upward.
And going back to the diagram quickly. Oh, sorry. Going back to the photograph real quick. And that's 7750. Are those wounds 36 and 37 that you just talked about?
I don't believe so.
All right, well, we'll find one. Let me switch back to the diagram. When you say you clustered it, I'm looking at sort of the elbow and tricep area. Is it these two, 36 and 37, that we're looking at?
Yes.
Now, actually, sorry. Keeping Madam Bailiff on her toes right now. Right, dropping down into the wrist area, do you have another stab wound right there?
Yes.
And what number is that?
It looks like it's cut off on the paper, but I think it's 38.
Let me ask you about 38 quickly. So 38, same question. How big was the wound? How deep did the wound go?
All right, I'm going to look at my report. This is a 1-inch wound that extended 1.25 inches, and the direction was front to back and downward.
All right, and hold on a second. So looking at photo 7756, is this the cluster that we just talked about, 36 and, or excuse me, 37 and 38? 36 and 37.
Yes, you can see 36 and 37 up at the top of the photo towards the elbow.
And looking at 7759, is that 38 that we just talked about?
Yes, this is 38.
So I want to go to the head region. You documented injuries to Mr. Abou Najm's head as well during this autopsy.
Yes.
And so let's start with this upper diagram on the top left of the page. And so starting with IW, incised wounds 1 through 3, where are those located?
Incised wounds 1 through 3 are in the right frontal scalp, so the right forehead.
When we bring a photo of that, can you tell us the size range for those 3 wounds?
Sure, looking at my report. These are 1/4 to 3/4 inch.
Now, as you indicated, since they're incised wounds, these don't penetrate deeper into beyond the soft tissue?
Technically, the term means that the length on the skin is longer than the depth that it penetrates into the body. So it can penetrate into soft tissue or organs or bone. It just means that the wound is longer than the depth.
Did these wounds, or any of these wounds, penetrate into the bone?
Yes, 2 of these wounds penetrated into the frontal bone on the skull.
And on image 7731, are you able to point to where incised wounds 1 through 3 are?
Yes, incised wounds 1 through 3 are these 3 wounds right here, and these 2 superior or upper wounds are the ones that penetrated into the skull.
Was there any hemorrhaging associated with these 2 wounds?
Yes.
And what is hemorrhaging?
Hemorrhaging is blood, pooling of blood.
And where did that blood pool?
So in these wounds, I documented blood in the tissue underneath the scalp.
So back to the chart. Looking at IW4 and IW5 and IW6. Where are those 3 injuries located?
Incised wound number 4 is to the right cheek, number 5 is to the upper lip, and number 6 is to the left forehead.
So we'll take those one at a time. So incised wound number 4, how long was the injury and how deep, if at all, was the injury?
Okay, looking at my report. This is a 3/4 inch wound, and it penetrated into the superficial or the soft tissue underneath the skin only.
Can you see that wound IW4 on this?
Yes.
37731?
Right here?
And you're just circling right below the right eyeball.
Yes.
Was that wound from front to back as well?
I don't believe I documented that for the incised wound.
Looking at IW5 in photo 7734, can you see that here?
Yes, you can appreciate it here on the upper lip.
And how long was this wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1-inch wound.
Was there any injury to Mr. Abou Najm's teeth that you were able to identify that could be associated with this wound?
Yes.
What did you document or observe?
There was a fracture of tooth number 6, which is a tooth on the upper right side of the mouth. It was fractured at the gum line. I believe it was not on the body when I viewed the body, and I believe it was found at scene.
But you remember that there was a tooth missing or damaged in his mouth?
Yes.
Right. Sticking with the facial region in the head, I want to go to the chart, the diagram. I want to drop down to the bottom left corner. I want to focus on incised wounds 7, 8, and then stab wounds 1 and 2. All right, so starting with incised wounds 7 and 8, what is number 7?
Number 7 was to the right side of the head.
Right, how long was that wound?
Looking at my report, This is a 1-inch wound.
What injuries were associated with that?
This wound fractured the right parietal skull, so the side of the bone on the side of the head, and then caused some bleeding underneath the skull on the brain, on the outside of the brain.
And going to, it says wound number 8. Oh, excuse me. Can you see 7 on this photograph? On 7731?
I cannot. That required shaving the hair to be able to visualize.
All right, and going to incise wound 8, where was that located? Oh, actually, before you get there, is this incise wound 8 or 7?
Number 7 was to the head. I believe this is 8.
Okay, so we're looking at this. This is photograph 7733. All right, tell us about incise wound 8.
Looking at my report, this is a 2-inch wound that extended into the superficial soft tissue.
And where did this wound, how did it track? What direction?
Right to left and downward.
This is photo 7733. All right, so I want to move to 2 stab wounds that we have documented. Stab wound number 1. Are you able to see that in photo 7733?
The chart might be helpful.
Okay, switching to that.
Okay, I see it there. Stab wound number 1 is in front of the ear on the right side.
And stab wound number 2.
And stab wound number 2 is on the right chin.
So starting with stab wound number 1. Can you see that in this photograph?
Yes, stab wound number 1 is right here in front of the right ear, and stab wound number 2 is right here on the right side of the chin.
So with stab wound number 1, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report. It's a 3/4 inch wound that extended 2 inches and went back to front and downward.
Were there any internal injuries sustained from this that you could tell?
Just the superficial soft tissue.
And for the record, this is image 7732. I'm going to stab wound number 2. Are you able to see stab wound number 2 in this photograph?
Yes, stab wound number 2 is right here on the right chin.
What size, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report. This was a 3/4 inch wound that extended 1.5 inches, and the direction was right to left and downward.
Did this stab wound pass through the ear canal?
I don't believe so.
Now, moving back to the diagram. Bottom right corner, so on the head, we're looking at incise wounds 9 and stab wound number 3. Where's incise wound 9?
Incise wound 9 is to the left chin,
Where's stab wound number 3?
and stab wound number 3 is to the left neck.
So looking at incise wound in photo 7736, can you see those 2 injuries here?
Yes.
All right, where's incise wound number 9?
Incise wound number 9 is the C-shaped wound here on the left side of the chin.
And where's stab wound number 3?
Number 3 is here on the left neck.
So focusing on incise wound 9, how big was this injury?
Looking at my report. This is a 2-inch wound that extended 1 inch and went from left to right and downward.
And how deep did this one go?
1 inch.
Is there bone in this? Well, it's not my silly question. Is there for this one? Is there bone that a sharp force object could hit off of right here?
Yes.
Any indication, or were you able to tell during your autopsy whether something bounced off the bone or hit the bone?
So right underneath this wound is the mandible or the jawbone, but during the autopsy I didn't see that it punctured it at all.
So it's going to stab wound number 3. How big was this wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1-inch wound that extended 1 1/4 inch and was from back to front and downward.
Now let's move to the arms and the extremities. All right, so looking at the right, we have, or excuse me, the left, we have incised wound number 10, stab wound number 34, and stab wound number 35. Where is incised wound number 10 located?
Number 10 was to the right armpit.
Right, I just want to be clear, we're talking over each other. It appears on the left, this is the right arm.
Yes, this document should be the right arm from 4 different angles, and that's indicated by the right upper extremity, but the arm is kind of moved around in positions that you wouldn't be able to see on the body. It's just for documentation.
Thank you.
I should clarify my question is, when we're looking at the left, we're looking at the left diagram of the right extremity.
Yes.
I know I said left and right in the same sentence. Now looking at incised wound number 10, how big was that wound?
Looking at my report, this is a 1/8 inch wound.
And was it a superficial wound?
Yes.
How does it track?
Right to left.
I guess you say, because I keep asking how does it track. What is it? You know what I mean when I say how does it track?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The track we document to what it looks like in the body. So we can see the wound on the outside of the body, and the tracking indicates the direction that it went inside the body.
And looking at photo 7749, are you able to see incised wound number 10?
I'm not sure I can. It might be this right here, but it's not one of these.
How about all right, well, pulling up the photograph. Let's talk about stab wounds 34 and 35. So looking at 34 and 35. Is 34 and 35 located?
These are on the right arm by the elbow.
So focusing on 34 and 35, you see them in this photograph in 7752.
Yes, it would be these 2 wounds.
And at 7756. Now, for 34, how big is that wound?
Looking at my report, one 1.5 inch, and it extends 2 inches, and the direction was upward.
And looking at 35, how big was that wound?
Referring to my report, This is a 1/4 inch wound that extended 1/2 inch, and the direction was upward.
Now, going back to our chart, our diagram, excuse me. On the farthest right diagram on page 4, looking at the stab wounds at the top, is that 5 through 31?
I think it's 25 through 31.
25 through 31. Okay, so where were those wounds 25 through 31?
Those are on the back of the right arm.
And how many wounds is that?
6 wounds.
And is it in photo 7751? Are we looking at stab wounds 25 through 31?
This looks like it has 3 or 4 of them.
Are the rest of them covered up by the reference marker?
Yes.
And how big was the range of the stab wounds on this part?
Referring to my report. Uh, 1/4 to 1 inch.
And what was sort of the area that they were all grouped in?
The distance or the general area on the body?
The distance.
The distance, let me look at my report. This is a 4 by 3 inch cluster.
And how deep did these wounds go? What was the range?
Looking at my report again, they went 1 to 1.5 inches in depth.
And so this is the record, photo 7750. Just one moment. And that's really quickly. We're going to hands. I'm looking at this diagram from your report. Were there wounds, inside wounds to Mr. Karim Abou-Najm's hands?
Yes, there was 1 wound.
And that's documented in the bottom lower, left lower picture of this diagram.
Yes,
Is that inside wound number 11?
yes.
And looking at photo 7714, is that the injury, the inside wound to Mr. Abou-Najm's hand?
Yes.
And if you could, tell us size of this wound and the depth, if at all.
Looking at my report. This is a 1 3/4 inch wound, and it avulses the skin or peels off the skin, but it's just superficial.
During your autopsy, did you document any other injuries to Mr. Abou-Najm's body?
Yes, there were a few others, more superficial or smaller abrasions and some bruising.
Could you tell us where those were?
Yes, I'll refer to my report again. Oops. There were abrasions to the right neck, right elbow, and the right arm, and a contusion to the right chest.
When you say contusion, what do you mean by that?
A contusion is a word for a bruise.
Could you tell whether these abrasions and contusions came from a sharp force or a sharp object, or did it come from something else?
It's hard to say. Contusions are generally from blunt force, so something, a flat surface. And abrasion is more superficial, and some of these were linear that could have been from sharp force, and some of them were not.
When you say blunt force, could it be from falling onto the ground?
Yes.
And doctor, was your determination of the cause of death was caused by multiple sharp force injuries sustained to Mr. Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
May I have one moment, huh?
Yes.
Doctor, hypothetically speaking, is this an object that would be consistent with inflicting multiple sharp force injuries?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. All right, I have one question for you, Dr. Abou Smith. What high school did you attend?
Petoskey High School,
In what city?
Northern Michigan.
Northern, all right.
Northman.
What's that?
The Northman.
Northman, okay. MacArthur General's, Decatur, Illinois.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for me. Anyway, thank you for your testimony today, and have a great day.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, do you have a witness to call?
Yes, people call Justin Schaefer.
Okay. All right, Mr. Schaefer, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Please stand at the podium. My name is Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding today. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have 2 lawyers to ask questions. Before we do that, Deputy, would you gather that exhibit for me and return it to the exhibit table? All right, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Choose this one. Please state your first and last name and spell them both.
Justin Schaefer, Justin-Schaffer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Schaefer.
Morning.
Mr. Schaefer, I want to take you back to May 3rd of 2023. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so I want to get a little bit of background before I jump into some of the substance of what we're going to be talking about today. On May 3rd of 2023, were you living in the city of Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware of a series of stabbings that had taken place?
I was.
Right. You, like many other people, had heard about it, probably watched the news, and were acutely aware.
Mm-hmm.
So, and sorry, we got a yes?
That's a yes.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll answer yes for
Yeses and no's. But
Yes.
That's okay. So, leading up to May 3rd of 2023, how much were you keeping track of the stabbings that were taking place?
I was keeping, I was very aware of what was going on.
So,
My wife was as well. She was constantly informing me about what was happening.
and why was that?
She was concerned. We have 2 small kids, and this was the talk of the town, as most people know.
And were you concerned as well?
Yeah.
And without giving your address, where were you living at the time?
I was off of Sycamore, between Sycamore Park and Redwood Park.
And are you familiar with Sycamore Park itself, the actual?
Yeah, I take my kids there all the time.
At the time, on May 3rd, in sort of the late afternoon, were you headed to Sycamore Park?
I had walked through. I don't remember exactly what time it was. I had a phone interview for a job I was applying for, and I do better when I'm walking and talking. So I told my wife I was going for a walk, and she warned me against it. But I said I'm just going to go. We can't live in fear. So I walked through the park. I don't know. Maybe it was around 1:30 or 2 p.m. I'm not sure. There's a bicycle bridge that crosses the 113 right by the park. So I went across the bridge to Arroyo Park, then walked back through Sycamore Park, and that was, I mean, you have the better timeline than I do. It was in the late afternoon, and that's when I, yeah,
Okay, so
that's when I was there.
So I'll stop you right there. When you were crossing, you're walking and you've been keeping up to date with all the stuff that's happening in Davis. Have you been aware of a description of a potential suspect that had been put out by law enforcement?
Yes, I was aware, and my wife had also repeated it to me several times.
So what was, in your mind, what was the description of the person that was believed to be involved in these stabbings?
It was a young man, pale skin, dark hair, dark clothing, I think all black, and then Adidas slip-ons.
When you say slip-ons, they're talking about the slides? Like
Yeah, and maybe Adidas track pants too, I'm not exactly sure.
So as you're crossing, you said you crossed over into Arroyo Park, and that's in West Davis.
Correct.
And so did you use a footbridge that goes across 113?
I used the footbridge both times, yes.
When you came back across the footbridge from West Davis into Sycamore Park, did you see anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, I was on the phone again, but I was walking through the park area. There's the path there diverges, and I took the path that goes closer to the playground. Again, that's a playground that I've taken my kids to many times. And I looked up in the playground equipment. I don't know how to describe it exactly. And there was somebody sitting on the stairs that at the time we were probably 30 or 40 feet away from each other, so I was able to see quite clearly, and the person matched the suspect's description to a T, and that's what I encountered.
When you say matched to a T, what did you see?
Exactly what everyone had been describing: dark clothing, dark hair, pale complexion, Adidas. It must have been Adidas pants, because I saw them clearly, and not the slides necessarily. And yeah, that was it.
And what was, when you first observed this person, what were they doing?
Just sitting there looking down.
Anything, and we say sitting there looking, let me step back. Was this a male?
From my observation, yes.
And what was he sitting on?
It's perhaps a little hard to describe, but there's an elevated area in the playground equipment, and then there's some stairs that go up to dual slides that go in either direction, and he was sitting on those stairs.
Did you see anything in his hands or anything that was with him?
No, I didn't spend too much time looking. I initially did a glance and then a double take, and then had a kind of a terror response. I was like, oh my gosh, this is perhaps that person, and so I initially backed off, but I didn't see any. I didn't see anything in his hands.
When you say you initially backed off, what do you mean?
Well, he was looking down at the time, and so I did that double take, and maybe it was obvious that I was doing a double take. Again, we weren't that far away. So then he looked up and started to approach me, or at least get up, like stand up from the stairs. And that was my fight or flight response, perhaps. Like, you know, all the things that can run through your head in a millisecond in such an environment. So I like backed away. Like, even though there was a 30-foot or so buffer between us, I still created more distance. He proceeded down the stairs and down the playground equipment, and I backed further away, kind of keeping a distance between us. I had at that point told the people I was on the phone with that I needed to go, and I believe I called the police right away.
So let's break that up.
Yeah.
And a couple questions. So when you do your double take, do the two of you make eye contact? Like, you see him and you can tell that he sees you.
Yeah, he looked up. We made brief eye contact.
And when you say brief, who broke eye contact?
I probably did, because I started to turn and like kind of run initially. It was not my bravest moment.
You were concerned based on what you had heard and what you knew.
Yeah, I just connected all of the dots. Like, wow, this is somebody that matches the suspect to a T. This is where one of the murders had occurred. And then he was getting up and coming towards me at initially what felt like a rapid pace. Again, I was probably a bit on edge, and therefore just didn't want to take any chances and backed off.
And when you said it felt like he was coming towards you at a rapid pace, looking back on it, was he walking? Was he running?
He was walking. There was no lunging or sprinting at me or anything like that. Just he got up and came towards me initially, and that's when I kind of did that backing off. He proceeded down the playground equipment. There's another set of stairs. He walked down them, but then he didn't come towards me. I was, at that point, I believe, on the phone. I called the police pretty immediately, and he started to walk the other way.
Okay, so what direction did you go?
West towards the footbridge, but then it was a meandering path. He didn't stay on the paved walkway / bikeway there. He headed west again towards the footbridge, but then went up. There's a little hill with a few trees on it, and he went up that way, just kind of walking, almost meandering. It was somewhat strange behavior. I had the impression he was either trying to like look unsuspicious at that point, or was simply trying to get away from me or keep distance from me, get me off of his path.
Sustained scrutiny.
In watching, in your observations, while you're observing this individual, and you said meandering, you hadn't seen this type of movement prior to the two of you sort of making eye contact, right?
No, prior to making eye contact, he was sitting there, looking downward towards the ground.
And a question that I have, you said you had walked through the park, previously gone over the footbridge, and come back. How much time had passed from the time you initially went through Sycamore Park to the time you came back, if you remember?
I'd say 45 minutes to an hour. And I didn't notice anything on the way there, but I was pretty focused on the phone interview that I was on.
That's fair, because you want to get that job. So, you're watching him, individual meander. Do you stay in the area? Do you follow him? What do you do?
I called the police and let them know. They said they would send someone over, but I stayed and followed him, or at least stayed on his trail, because at that point Davis had been in like lockdown for several days. Again, I have 2 little boys I wanted to be able to take to the park again, and I was like, we just gotta, if this is him, we gotta figure this thing out. So I stayed on his trail.
And so, you seem very calm, and the way you're describing this seemed very calm, but were you stressed out by what you were witnessing in the position you were in?
Possibly stressed out in the sense that my cortisol levels were higher, maybe, but I also felt fairly determined that, again, if this, what my thinking at the time was, this is either the suspect or this is somebody with severe mental health issues who needs help anyway, because why would you dress up like the suspect and sit in the area where I believe the second murder had occurred? So my thinking was simply like, this person needs help, this community needs help, and I'm just going to stay on this until it's resolved one way or another, until we have clarity.
All right, so you were in the fight mode now. Let's do something. Objection leading.
I was in the let's satisfy the curiosity mode. Like, we need to know if this is the suspect or not. And again, I was unemployed at the time, so I had the afternoon free. I was like, I've got nothing better to do. I'm going to stay on this person and figure this out.
Okay, so as you're on the phone, do you decide, make the determination that you are going to follow this individual till police arrive or something else happens?
That was my determination, yeah. I believe I told the police that. I ended up calling the police altogether 3 times. I'm sure you have the records of that. After I called the police, I called my wife and said that I was in the park and I believed I had found the suspect and was following him. She was, of course, concerned, but she also said, like, well, yeah, do that, because she similarly was tired of the panicked state of the community.
So you get your wife's blessing, basically, kind of, to continue doing what you're doing. So take us through what you did in the next steps.
Yeah, so I followed him over the hill. We kept a similar distance, or I kept a similar distance the entire time. I would say I extended the distance after the initial playground encounter, so there were probably, I don't know, 100 feet between us at least at that point. But I walked up the hill, again, the embankment that is there alongside 113. There's a fence that keeps people from going onto 113. And so I walked up that hill and saw him going down in the fenced area, then walking towards the bicycle path. There were actually kids riding by on their bikes. I remember saying that to the police at the time. So he walked then to the other side of to the corner of the park, effectively, like not going down the bicycle path, but then into this corner. It made no sense to me because there was nowhere to go. It was just like kind of ambling about.
Okay, and I'll stop you right there for a second.
Sure.
As you're following and you're watching his movements, at any point does he turn around and look at you?
I didn't get that distinct impression. It was no. Just kind of looking at the ground, looking around. It was strange behavior. It wasn't like fleeing from me, like obviously recognizing that I was on his tail and therefore trying to get away. But it also wasn't sensible movement. There was no destination seemingly in mind.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you there. Mr. Schaefer, we have more questions for you, but we're up against our midday break. So we're going to resume your testimony at 1:30, and I'll see you then. You're excused at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, counsel. We'll resume direct. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, midday break, and don't form your opinions, don't discuss, don't research. I'll see you back ready to start at 1:30. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Jury, I received a note from juror number 2, and to paraphrase, he thought he might know Dr. Abbott Schmidt from high school in San Rafael. That's why I asked the question regarding high school at the end. I just wanted to indicate that, so I think it's pretty clear that there's no connection. And then I am, as I mentioned this morning, concerned about juror number 8, and I've done some general measures to try to deal with the problem, and I'm at a point where I really need to talk to him. So, do you have any suggestions? I'm just going to voir dire him. To me, it seems like he's unable to pay attention. That's visibly what I'm seeing. And I've given, this is now 4 or 5 sessions, and I think we may already be compromised. I'm not confident he's been able to take in all the testimony so far. But anything quickly on that, Mr. DeMore?
No, I think it was appropriate.
Right. And Mr. Hutchinson?
I have noticed him a couple times appear to doze off, but I alerted Mr. Demora, but then he immediately opened his eyes as soon as I alerted Mr. Demora. So I think the court should voir dire him, ask him if he has been able to hear everything, if there's anything that can be done so he doesn't have this issue going forward. I don't believe he needs to be excused at this time.
Well, I certainly wouldn't excuse him without conferring with counsel. So we're going to voir dire him. One accommodation I thought might work would to move him from seat 8 to seat 12. I would want to keep him inside the 12, but that way he would be closer to me and closer to the witness stands. That might help him stay alert. Any thoughts on that?
I think that's a good idea.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay. All right. Joy break. Operator. go on the record in case 23-1391, and we're taking evidence from the prosecution. Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to take out of order?
Yes, people would call Aries Chow to the stand.
Okay.
Break from Justin Schaefer.
Okay, great. We'll interrupt Mr. Schaefer's testimony. We'll get back to that shortly. Good afternoon. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here. The clerk's going to give you the oath. After the oath, have a seat in the witness stand, and we just have a few questions for you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
My first name is Aris, A-E-R-I-S. Last name is Chow, C-H-A-O.
Okay. All right, Ms. Chow. Thank you for being here. Go ahead, pull the chair in. Relax. You know what? You're not going to be here that long, but do you want to take your coat off?
No.
Okay. I'll keep my robe on if you Okay. Mr. Demora, you're right these in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Chow.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Currently I work at Macy's.
In May of 2023, did you work somewhere else?
Yes, I worked at Safeway.
Or in which Safeway?
Safeway at Davis at the Covell.
And that's the one that's in the Marketplace Square next to Highway 113?
Yes.
What did you do when you worked for Safeway?
So I was in a position of PIC, which stands for person in charge. So once the opening managers left, I would be the one managing all the departments until like 1 a.m.
As part of your job at that time, did you have access to the store surveillance system?
Yes.
Did that store surveillance system record and retain video surveillance?
Yes.
Was that surveillance video in general timestamped?
Yes.
Was there a way to ensure the timestamps, the date and the time on that was accurate?
Yes.
How so?
It's already on there, so when a timestamp is running, it has it at the very top. So it doesn't have an option for you to take off the timestamp. It's always on there.
Have you ever compared the timestamp to like the time on your phone or your watch or something like that?
Yes.
Do you do that to ensure its accuracy?
Yes.
And were you asked, and when you want to get surveillance video, either to review it yourself or to provide it for law enforcement, how can you do that?
So when I access it on my own, the store director has given me his password. So I just type it in and I would see surveillance from different cameras. I can also record it. When law enforcement needs the footage, we have to contact our asset protection first in order to get permission to do so.
And because you've been granted access to the surveillance video, would you consider yourself a person who's a custodian of records for those?
Yes.
And the surveillance video, when it records, or the surveillance system, when it records events, does it do it in real time? It's actually recording the event as it happens?
Yes, it does.
Can you go back in time and retrieve previous incidents or things that happened in the store and show when they happened at a particular time and date?
Yes, you can.
Now I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 32. So may I approach?
Okay.
Mr. Chow, I'm showing you this USB. And have you seen this USB before?
Yes.
And was it because I showed it to you before court today?
No, I also saw it at my workplace. It's the USB that the officers had left with us so that when we received permission from our asset protection that we can transfer the video onto that USB.
And on May 3rd of 2023, in the evening hours, were you requested by law enforcement or made of a request by the Davis Police Department to obtain and retain video surveillance.
Yes.
And were you the person who had possession of that USB that you eventually ended up providing on May 3rd, 2023 to a member of the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
The contents of that USB that you received, did you watch that?
I did.
So, and have you watched that prior, I guess you answered the question, have you watched it prior to court today?
Yes.
What you saw, did that appear to be from the Safeway on Covell where you worked at the time?
Yes, it is.
Were you asked or made aware that there was a particular period of time that was being requested by law enforcement?
Yes, at that time, the officers had come in and we were requested to look at the camera footage. So it was me and my assistant store director, Katie, who looked through the cameras to find what they were looking for.
And your assistant store director, is that Katie McCann?
Yes.
And so you actually had a role in pulling the surveillance footage.
Yes.
When you pulled this surveillance footage, were you able to, with the information you were provided, find what the police were looking for?
Yes.
In reviewing that surveillance footage, was it in fact from the Safeway on Covell?
Yes, it is.
And you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes, I am.
And I take it the surveillance cameras in Safeway on Covell only record incidents at Safeway on Covell.
Yes.
Now the system, the video that you retrieved for law enforcement, where the timestamp is May 3rd, 2023, about 3:50 p.m.
Yes.
And based on what you said about the timestamp on, or how timestamps are put on surveillance, that appear to be accurate to the time that actually took place in the store.
Yes, it is.
So I'm showing you just a still shot from People's Exhibit 32. Ms. Chow, is this display right here, is this a surveillance video that you retrieved for the Davis Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Is this layout in the system how videos are viewed or how they're given to law enforcement or third parties to review?
Yes, it is.
You see that there are 6 camera screens in the center and on the right. Are those individual cameras within Safeway that capture video?
Yes, they are.
And the timestamp of 5/3/2023 at 3:51, that's accurate based on how you know the system operates.
Yes, it is.
Where are each of those cameras, starting with the upper left, actually, the location of the cameras: door south entrance, produce front, produce back, dairy middle, doors mid, meat sales. Are those the actual locations of where the cameras are and what areas of the store they capture?
Yes, they are.
And in reviewing the surveillance and the USB that you provided, is that a fair and accurate copy of what you reviewed when you went through the surveillance videos?
Yes, they are.
You're familiar with the contents of that?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross? No cross. Okay, Ms. Chow, thank you for making time. Have a great day. Okay, so Mr. DeMora, does that bring us back to Mr. Schaefer?
It does.
Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Schaefer.
Please let me call it just out of order now.
Sure. Do we need these lines down?
No.
Okay. And we've got about 50 minutes. Mr. Schaefer, come on in. Thanks for returning this afternoon. You can go ahead and take the witness stand. Okay, Mr. Demora, this is continued direct exam. Go ahead.
Great. If I'm approaching, grab two exhibits.
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer, I'm showing you People's Exhibits 65 and 66. All right, 65 first, and do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's an aerial view of Sycamore Park.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Sycamore Park as it exists now and back on May 3rd, 2023?
Yes,
Right? As you've described, you're familiar with that area, right?
I am.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you 66, People 66. And is that also a Google image without the Earth view of Sycamore Park and part of North Davis?
It is, yes.
Or North and West Davis, I should say. And you're familiar with this area as well?
Yes.
Okay, and that fairly and accurately depicts that area back in May of 2023 as well as present.
It does.
All right, so let's start with People 65. I'm actually going to put this down there for you.
Sure.
I believe there's some markers right here for you. All right, so to start with, if you could mark on that exhibit with a 1 to show the first place you saw Mr. Dominguez, or excuse me, the person that you identified as being the suspect. Or not even the church, I should say. On that, the person you saw that day, what was the closest point you got to seeing that?
I would estimate 30 feet or so.
Did you get a good look at his face?
Yeah.
You seen him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a brown suit with a yellow tie.
Okay, off to your right, my left.
Off to my right, your left.
There we go. All right. And the record reflects Mr. Schaefer is identified as the defendant.
It does.
And so that would be, let's see, first place you saw him right here, you marked with a 1. Great. And now what I want you to do, taking a different color marker, we'll go with red, is if you could draw the path that you sort of followed Mr. Dominguez at the time. And I want to preface this with another question is, at some point you guys both left the park, right?
That's right.
Right. So at least on this diagram, or People 65, if you could draw the route that you followed him until you leave Sycamore Park, if you could. And as you're doing that, if you could narrate for us what you're doing.
Sure.
Objection, they want his route or Mr. Reales Dominguez's route?
Sustained.
Let me rephrase. Let's start with, let me rephrase this. When Mr. Dominguez was walking and you started to follow him, did you sort of follow the same path that he was taking, just from distance?
I did until he started to come in my direction, and then I separated myself and went out the park on a northbound route up Sycamore slightly, and he went down Sycamore, and then I followed him south on Sycamore.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's mark on there his route to the best of your recollection.
Sure. I'm going to trace it here. So he got up from the playground equipment, walked westbound through the trees, up the hill, and then down into this, I don't know if embankment is the right word for it, but I'm going to call it that, and sort of meandered about, crossed the bike path perpendicularly, but didn't go down the bike path. Again, kids were biking past in either direction, I believe. Kind of milled about in the tree area, and then headed back in a eastbound direction. That's when I started to double back the other way. He went down, there's a curved path that goes through Sycamore Park. He went down that way. I was on the hill and then went again, northbound on Sycamore a little bit just to keep distance. And I was probably trying to act covertly, but I wasn't doing so very well. Then he went down Sycamore. He got to the intersection. He was walking, I guess that would have been east of Willett Elementary School. He went down just past Bucknell and then doubled back and went, at that point, east on Bucknell, at which point the map runs out and I would have to switch to the other exhibit.
Okay, so let's start with that one. Come back and grab that from you.
Sure.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, so for the jury, when you started drawing, you drew this one right here for where you first saw Mr. Dominguez,
Yes.
and then the red trail coming from there, and this is the path you traced all the way down to Bucknell, sort of the bottom half of the right side of the page.
Yes.
Okay. How long did you follow or watch Mr. Dominguez in Sycamore Park before hitting Sycamore Lane?
It couldn't have been too long. I would say a few minutes. Altogether, I think the pursuit, or for lack of a better word, was maybe 45 minutes, and this was just the first part of it in the park.
You continued to follow him for a long period of time afterwards,
I-
or a distance afterwards.
Yeah, this is the neighborhood I live in, so I was at that point even more invested in closure. So I followed him and I called the neighbors and kind of tried to coordinate a response.
And so on that, you said this morning that you called your wife and you called 911. When you were calling, or when you placed those calls, were you trying to convey, or were you trying to tell them what was happening as it was happening?
Certainly, yes.
So on People's 31D, and these are the 911 calls, Your Honor, with transcripts.
Okay. And so, yeah, we had talked about this, so let's revisit briefly.
Right.
Thank you, off the record. Okay, so to the jury, I just need to visit with the lawyer. appreciate the lawyer's professionalism sorting out the evidentiary issues and direct exam.
And so now that we, Mr. Schaefer, now that we have part 1 of the map, we're going to move to part 2. So the same instruction is, once we move on to Bucknell, can you trace and narrate while you're doing so Mr. Dominguez's movements?
Yes, I can. So he continued to head east on Bucknell. I was following from a longer distance at that point. I'd probably say at least 100 feet, if not more. He came.
Stop you right there for a second. Is there a reason why you followed from an increased distance?
Again, I was attempting to be somewhat covert. I wasn't sure he knew I was following him, and I didn't want to spook him.
Right, continue.
I called. We have a neighbor who lives at the corner of Bucknell and Pine. I called her. I don't think she answered, but he walked right in front of her house. Then he headed north on Pine, though he did hesitate at the corner of Bucknell and Pine, like he was going to go south on Pine. And then he again doubled back the other way. So something that I found to be strange behavior. He then got to the corner of Villanova and Pine and started to head east on Villanova before then going back and heading west on Villanova. During that time, as I was heading north on Pine, I called our neighbor who lives at Colby and Sycamore and asked her to get in her car and help me follow him, or at least confirm that I wasn't crazy, because I was like, if this is not the suspect, I'm just a middle-aged man following a kid around the town, which is probably weird. So she got in her car and drove up Sycamore as he was going north on Sycamore and confirmed to me that, like, yeah, this seems suspect. Like, this is the exact match of the suspect. So he continued north. I was pursuing, but I would kind of like go slowly and then sprint around the corner as soon as I was out of line of sight. We got up eventually to the intersection. He crossed the street from the east side to the west side on Sycamore. I was on the east side. So he got up to the intersection there, and I don't know if he waited for the light to switch. I seem to recall he didn't, but he was just trying to move. I waited for the light, and I was on the east side of that intersection. So he crossed north into the Safeway Plaza, and at that point I lost him in the parking lot because I was, again, at least 100 feet, if not more, behind. I went into CVS and ran up and down all of the aisles of the store, didn't see him anywhere. I thought I had lost him entirely. I think I called my wife to say, like, damn, I lost him. And I was actually at that point that he came out of Safeway and walked right in front of me. At that point, I saw he was holding a bag, like a nylon or polyester string bag. I don't know exactly what those are called, those lightweight ones. Then I called the police for what I believe was the third time and said, there's no way I'm letting him out of my sight now. Please send people immediately. He headed south, back down Sycamore, heading towards the direction where we had come from. I flagged down some women in a car and asked them to help me keep an eye on him, and said, like, this is the guy. So they started to follow him. And then shortly after that, we got all the way back down to Villanova. He crossed the street, and a squad car, a police car, I think Davis Police, was coming my way on Villanova, in other words, heading westbound. And I ran into the street, flagged them down, and pointed them in his direction, at which point they tried to stop him there, but he actually kept going, and it was not until they got to the corner of Colby and Pine where the pursuit ended.
And so you followed Mr. Dominguez until the police actually approached him and started talking to him at that point?
Yes.
So let me there and see if you did it. How about with this blue pen, if you could just draw where you started with a little arrow to show your path out, and then little arrows to show your path back. Just to make
Sure. Where it started in the first place, or where it started on Bucknell?
Where it started on this map itself.
Sure. Yeah. And then to indicate where it ended.
Go with just a blue X.
Okay. This is the police first approached him on Villanova, and then he kept going until Colby.
Okay, so that area that police first saw him, or you first saw the police talk to him, why don't you just put police right there?
Sure.
Thank you. When Mr. Dominguez came out of Safeway, how close was he to you?
It felt like he walked right in front of me because I was in that like forlorn, damn, I lost him moment, and then all of a sudden he was right there. So I would guess 20 to 30 feet again.
Did the two of you look at each other again?
No, he'd walked past. I don't think he saw me. I came out of CVS, and he was coming from Safeway.
And was it the first moment you noticed he had a bag with him?
That's when I noticed the bag, yeah. That was the closest I had been.
Prior to that, would you say you may have been too far away to see what was in his hands?
Yeah.
At any point did the two of you talk or exchange words?
Not at all.
What was the street the intersection you said where he may have gone through or may have crossed against the light, or you may have said that you can remember?
That was West Covell and Sycamore.
One thing to clarify, when you first saw him at Sycamore Park, you said you weren't able to recall exactly what time it was that you first saw him?
I believe it was somewhere around 3 p.m., but I don't recall with exactitude.
All right, and if I show you a copy of the police report of the statement you gave to officers, do you think that would refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
May I approach her?
Okay.
How good are you with military time?
My phone is in military time.
Okay, perfect. So if you want to look at those first two lines and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, around 3:30. That would make sense. Anything else you want me to look at on here?
Oh, nope, that's it. So it's around 3:28 p.m. on May 3rd, 2023. Seemed like the time that you first saw Mr. Dominguez in Sycamore Park?
Yeah, the best record would be my first phone call to the police because I called them almost immediately after seeing him. So that would be what I would rely on if I were trying to evaluate it, but 3:28 sounds fine to me.
Sounds fine or sounds accurate?
Sounds accurate.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. That was direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schaefer. My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today. So without telling us your specific street or address, you live within 2 blocks of Sycamore Park?
Yeah,
So you're very familiar with that park?
go there All the time.
And you were familiar with the stabbings that had occurred in Davis?
Yes.
Prior to that date?
That's right.
You knew there had been a stabbing at Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And you heard about the general description of the suspect from that second stabbing?
Yes.
And your wife was following this very closely as well?
She was following it much more closely than I was, yes.
Because you had 2 young children?
Yes.
How old were your children at the time?
At the time, they were 2 and 3.
Would you take your children to Sycamore Park?
Not during that period I hadn't been, but prior to that, absolutely.
So prior to the stabbing, that park was the place you would take your children?
We were often there, yes.
And you were aware of the third stabbing that had happened down on area of 2nd and L Street in Davis?
Yes.
And there was a much more detailed description that came out after that one?
Yes.
Did you actually see any photos or only the description?
I don't recall seeing any photos, just the description.
A young man?
Yes.
Dark curly hair?
Yes.
Wearing a black hoodie?
Yep.
Olive complexion skin?
The description or the person I saw?
Description.
The description, yes. I think they said darker skinned or something like that.
And Adidas track pants?
Adidas track pants. There you
And
go.
by track pants, you knew that to be the ones with the kind of stripes going down the side?
Yes.
So because you had this interview, you wanted to go out for a walk.
Yes.
Your wife didn't want you to go.
She warned me against it, yes.
But would it be fair to assume that you did not believe that whoever did these crimes would be at Sycamore Park in 3 in the afternoon in the middle of the day? That seemed unlikely to you.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't expect it. My wife, as I was walking out the door, said, "What if you see him?" And I was like, I kind of just brushed her off and went for a walk. It was
You
a
did
nice
not
day.
expect whoever committed these crimes would be at Sycamore Park at 3 in the afternoon in broad daylight. That was not a concern for you at that point.
It seemed unlikely to me. I knew the suspect was on the run, but I assumed was trying to maintain a low profile and wouldn't simply return to one of the places where a stabbing had occurred and sit there in open daylight.
And so you walked to Sycamore Park and you took the bike. Did you take the bike path down to this bridge, or did you cut through the other path that goes through the center of the park?
On the way through, as I was heading westbound over to Arroyo Park, I took the circular path through, not the bike path.
But you're familiar with the bike path.
I am.
You've walked it before.
I have.
And by circular, there's another path that goes kind of through the center of the park and can connect with the bike path.
Yes.
It connects near the play area.
Correct.
And if I were to show you some photos, could you review them and see, with the exception of maybe a bicycle or something being there, if these are accurate photos of how the park looked back in May of 2023?
Yes, I believe I can.
I'm going to show him it's Defense Exhibit C. There's 19 photos identified as C1 through C19. Sir, if you could just scroll through, you can do a little arrow on the side. Take a look at all 19 photos and tell. And if there's anyone that doesn't seem accurate to you, note that number.
Okay. Do you want me to narrate the photos? I'm doing it. Just scroll through and note inaccuracies.
Yes, if there's any photo that you think doesn't look as the area did in May of 2023.
Well, on C2, there's now a memorial, which wasn't there at the time, of course. Same with C5. The rest of these look like Sycamore Park looks like today and looked like in May 2023.
Now, you took the circular route through, not the circular, but the center path through the park on your way crossing the footbridge?
Yes.
And you did not see anyone, and did you go directly through the park?
I went through the park. Yeah, there's that confluence of the paths. I went there and then across the footbridge westbound.
So,
I didn't see anyone, but again, I was at the outset of an interview and I was pretty much focused on the person I was speaking to. I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings.
other than seeing an item in C2 and C5, which you said was not there in May of 2023, is everything else the same?
Everything else is more or less the same, yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, show me what's been marked C1. This this is from Sycamore Lane. It shows the entry to the bike path.
Yes.
And this is C2. This is actually on the bike path facing west.
Correct.
And this item up here was not there in May of 23?
Yes.
Looking at C3, now you were still on the bike path and you see it branches off to the left and there is a play structure.
Yes.
Now I'm going to C4. Now this is a image. We're now looking east from Sycamore Park, and that shows the other kind of middle path that you took.
That I took on my way westbound through the park the initial time, yes.
But this photo is looking actually eastbound. You can see
Correct.
Sycamore Lane over here.
Yes.
And flipped and marked to C5. Once again, this is the middle path that you took on your initial route through Sycamore Park.
Yes.
And here again is another view of that middle path, and we're facing, again, east.
We're facing east in this case, yes.
So the person taking this photo, the play structure behind them.
Yes.
Going back, I'm going to go to C8. This is back on the bike path, and we're facing west.
Facing west, yes.
And at the very end, if I zoom in, you can see the bridge that crosses 113.
Yes.
And you see where the little hand is right there?
Yes.
That goes off to the left. There's the path that goes down to the play structures.
Yeah.
Back up. And here I'm going down to C7. We're again on the bike path facing west.
Yeah, now southwest, west-southwest, yes.
Very precise.
Just want to get it right. But yeah, that's the path that turns to the play structure right there that you're referring to.
So if you're walking along the bike path, you can get to here, you can turn down into the play structure, turn left into the play structure area, or you can continue straight through to the overpass.
Yes.
And the route that you took through Sycamore Park, that leads into this pathway here, and you can connect with the bike path.
Yep, that's what I did.
And that's what you did on your way through.
Yes.
And C9, this is the bike path facing westbound before you cross 113.
Yes.
Now, C10, this appears to have been the play structure from someone who's now crossed back over from 113, and you're seeing the play structure off to your right.
Yes, the bike path would be behind this person now.
Do you see in this photo where Mr. Reales Dominguez was seated when you first noticed him?
Yes.
Okay, let me zoom in. Tell me if I should zoom in some more.
I've got my magnifying glasses, literally.
This is a defense exhibit C10. Do you see where he was seated?
Yes, it's slightly obscured by the yellow grates, but it was up the first stairs, and then there's actually a second set of stairs on that elevated platform.
There's a black highlighter there with
sure.
a button.
It's right there.
So, by a set of stairs, you see where the little cursor is here.
Yeah.
There's a set of blue stairs. If one goes up the stairs, there's another short set of stairs,
Yes, I believe it's 2 or 3 stairs.
and that was where you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez seated.
He was seated there, yes.
Where were you in relation? Does this photo show where you were when you first saw him?
Right there.
So you're walking along, you're going toward, I guess you're taking the middle path back home.
I was heading back home, exactly.
And the middle path, you would have turned left and followed the middle path through the park.
Yes,
But you look to your right and you see him.
yes,
And you see a young man with black curly hair.
yeah. Initially, he was looking down, so it was just hair draped over his face. And then, as I stopped, I probably wasn't very subtle about it, and he looked up, and we made eye contact.
Let's talk about when you first, obviously there's multiple people in Davis who have black curly hair.
Totally.
You weren't about to go follow every person in Davis just because they had black curly hair.
No, no.
So let's talk about what you saw. You knew that the description was someone wearing a black hoodie,
Yeah.
and this person had a black hoodie.
Yes, or at least a black top.
And you also knew that description was black Adidas track pants.
Yes,
This person was wearing black Adidas track pants.
yes.
And this, you believe the description was something of a darker skin?
The description that I had heard was darker skin, yes.
Did this individual appear to have maybe an olive complexion,
No,
light complexion?
light pale.
But other than that, it was basically a complete match for the description that you received.
It was.
And you also knew that this was the scene of the location of the second stabbing.
Yes,
So you were not expecting to see someone matching the description perfectly at the scene of the second stabbing.
I was not at all.
So this is on the afternoon of May 3rd, and you knew the third stabbing had happened the evening of May 1st.
Yes,
And this person appeared to be wearing the exact same clothes, at least based on the description.
yes.
And you testified earlier, it crossed your mind that this may be a mentally ill person dressing up like the description that had gone over the media.
My thinking was anybody who's dressed just like the suspect near where one of the stabbings had occurred, if they are not the suspect, they are perhaps deranged and need some help.
But you assumed whoever had done this was on the run, wouldn't be returning to the scene of the second incident dressed in the same clothing as the scene of the third.
That's right. I think the last I had heard, he was seen in the Arboretum or something like that, and so I figured he was on the run.
That would be a logical conclusion, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
So, you said you saw this person staring to the ground. You also recall telling the officer that you saw him staring out into space?
I do recall saying that to the officer. It was just like staring, like, not at the ground or not into space would be the correct way of saying it, because it was just a blank stare.
No movement?
No movement initially until we made eye contact.
Okay. So he's staring at nothing, and you're watching him, and initially you don't make eye contact.
Yes.
How long, and don't guess, but how long do you look at him before he looks up and makes eye contact with you?
It's less than 3 seconds.
You were looking directly at him.
Yes.
He's standing right here in this area.
Close to the bench, yes.
Close to the bench. And when he looks up at you, he doesn't say anything to you?
No.
He gets up?
He gets up.
He starts walking toward your direction?
He comes down the stairs he's on, and he starts to descend the stairs that are visible there.
And then you back up?
I backed up. There's a little, it's out of the frame here, but behind that bench, there's a slight elevation. It's a hill between the bike path and the middle path, and so I start to walk up that hill.
Okay, well, I think we can get a photo of that a little bit later.
Sure.
Walk up. And so he walks down and then starts making his way up this hill?
He went, he went through, he might have gone through the playground a little bit, but then there's a hill towards where your cursor is going that he ascended.
Let's go to...
Yep, there you go. Yeah, up that hill, more towards the right of the picture in this case.
So this is Defense Exhibit C11, and it does show the hill he went up, correct? But it's probably, he went up the hill is probably to the right of where this photo is taken.
Yeah, right over here, or thereabouts.
So you're gesturing and pointing to the right side of the photo where it cuts off, so he would be further right if you look at this photo.
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit C12, this is another image of the hill.
Yeah, it's exactly like up here, and he was just kind of walking, like not in a straight line or not in a determined way, but just like moving around this hill, around these trees, went over the hill and down into the gully, if you will.
And as he moved, did you walk with him to watch him?
I've followed, yeah. Again, I was keeping a distance, but I didn't want to lose sight of him, especially as he went over the hill, so then I started to go up the hill both ways.
Other than that initial eye contact, he never looked at you again?
No.
Never looked back to see if you were watching him?
Not in an obvious way, no.
Well,
I didn't see it.
And you weren't being particularly discreet.
No.
There's some person, you're following a person from a distance,
Yeah.
and the fact that he never looked back at you, did that seem? Showing you Defense Exhibit C13. Again, does this show the hill he walked over?
That's the hill, yes.
And then when he got back, there's some trees back here, kind of just meander around.
Yeah, it wasn't very long, but there was no direction to it. There's nowhere to go if you go down over that hill and down into the area near the chain link fence that borders 113. So I was like, okay, this is my thinking was, this is odd. I'm going to keep an eye on him. And then he proceeded to go across the bike path perpendicularly into the other corner, like the very corner of the park.
Okay, I'm going to this. We'll get to that. This is C14. That's an accurate photo of the
That's the toddler playground, which is on the other. It's the west side of the park, but it's not where he was seated.
That's not where he was. So
Yeah.
we'll just. And here, C15. This is a better shot of the hill.
Yeah, this is now looking north-ish, and so he crossed over that hill.
So
like
he's
this.
back here in this area,
Yep.
walking around.
Yeah.
Do you use circles? You said
It's not like obvious geometric circles, but again, just kind of looking at the ground, listlessly going this way or that way. It was odd behavior. I'm pretty sure if you have the audio recording of the first call with the police, I referenced it because I think I was on the line with them at the time.
So you're on your phone while you're following this individual,
Yes,
and you never looked at that.
not that I could determine.
And C16, this is a different angle looking another part of the park. Same as C17, correct?
Yeah,
And then here, C18, this shows, this is a play structure where he was initially seated
yes,
from behind it.
yeah,
And then my cursor, he kind of walked up this hill over here and started meandering around.
yes,
Right. And we'll go back. C19, this is, again, from the play structure facing Sycamore.
yes.
So, let me see if I can find, after he meandered around, he crossed the bike path.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, and
Either picture, but the one you just had, he crossed it right in front of that.
down in this area,
Yeah, there's very limited space there. There's not a lot of like extra room to walk, but he went in that space, which again I thought was odd.
yeah, so there's some trees here where, and let me zoom in. Can you see kind of this, before you cross the bike path, there's some trees and a little bit of a grassy area?
Yeah,
Is that where he walked?
yeah, just in front of where the bridge starts.
Just in front of it. And he actually went down into the grass
Yes,
and kind of wandered around.
yes.
There's not much room.
Not for much time. There's not much space to wander in, but yes.
And where are you watching him when he's kind of wandering in this small area?
I was up here on the hill. You might have to zoom out a little bit.
You're,
Like, yeah, right up there. Again, keeping a safe enough distance, but I wanted to keep my eyes on him.
and so now I'm showing you Defense Exhibit C7. After he was done wandering around prior on the grassy area, prior to after he was wandering around the grassy area, I guess it would be on the north side of the bike path, right before crossing the bridge.
Yes,
And does this photo C7 show where you were standing while you're watching it?
yes. At that point, I had crossed over the playground path and was up here, or thereabouts.
So it's very clear you're standing on a hill with a cell phone watching him, and he doesn't look at you.
Yeah, I wasn't being particularly discreet, to your point. It felt like it was obvious that I was watching him, but I didn't have any indication that he knew that.
And then how long did he meander around in that grass area before he,
Again, only a matter of seconds, 30 seconds tops.
and
Probably
then
fewer.
he went back on the bike path and,
Came back the other way, and I started to back up and come down I was at this point on the hill, but closer to the bike path, kind of using the hill to obfuscate myself. I was trying not to be too obvious, but I would have been easy to spot, I imagine. Yeah.
you went saying to yourself, if this isn't the suspect, I'm a middle-aged man kind of stalking some young kid, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was starting to feel like, yeah, this better be him, or else I'm, stalking a kid, exactly.
And so you're up on the hill. When he walks past you, is he on the path?
Yeah, I think he came like from that corner back down this path and then took the middle path out. And I went more this way, staying closer to the bike path, but I was on the hill itself, keeping an eye on him. And then I left the park before him because I was again keeping this distance buffer between us. So I left the park and went a little bit north on Sycamore. He came out where the middle path hits Sycamore and walked down towards Willett Elementary. At that point, I believe I was on the phone with my wife, just telling her that I was following him down Sycamore.
back up.
Yeah.
When he crossed the bike path, heading for the middle path, you're up on this hill back here?
I'm on this hill.
Okay, so now you've moved over to this hill as he
Yeah.
crossed.
I'm keeping a distance from him the entire time. So as he started to head back eastward, I also went eastward.
And as he was walking, if he just looked to his left, he would have seen you standing there.
Yeah, it
And
would.
He never looked at you.
He didn't.
He was staring straight ahead.
I believe so. I mean, I was obviously, my adrenaline was pumping, and I was on the phone with at first the police and then my wife. So I wasn't watching his head the entire time, but I didn't have the feeling that he was obviously aware of my presence.
Were you close enough that he could have heard you speaking on the phone?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
Possibly, yeah. I wasn't whispering or anything.
Let me pull forward. Okay, I'm showing now C19.
Yeah.
So on the left corner, that is the middle path now that he would take when he's walking back towards Sycamore.
Yes.
And you are on the hill between the bike path and the middle path
Yeah.
above him,
Yes.
and you're watching him as
Yeah.
he walks.
That's right.
And again, as he's walking through Sycamore Park, he never looks at you at all.
No.
He never acknowledges you.
No, not once. That's what kept me believing that maybe he didn't know I was there, and that's why I started to try to be more discreet as I tailed him through the neighborhood.
But knowing what had just happened, it seemed possible that you just didn't notice a middle-aged man with a cell phone falling around the park.
It seemed possible. He gave no obvious indication that he knew I was there or that I was pursuing him.
You saw nothing that would cause you to believe he knew,
No.
but you thought he has to know because
His pace changed occasionally. Like sometimes he would be shuffling, sometimes he'd be like fast walking, but it wasn't obvious he was fleeing me or anything like that.
he never ran.
No.
And sometimes you said his feet would shuffle.
Well, when he would get to an intersection, like at Bucknell and Sycamore, he would kind of like, it seemed like he was unsure which way he was going. Like initially, I thought he was going to go farther down Sycamore, and then he doubled back and went down Bucknell. So shuffling to an extent, yeah.
So you believe you called 911 3 times?
I recall 3 times, once in the park, once on Pine heading northward, and then once as he was leaving Safeway from the marketplace, and then heading across, back down Sycamore.
So your initial call was to 911.
I believe, yes. I mean, all of my calls to the police were via 911. Yeah.
But you also called your wife.
My wife and also our neighbor.
So I'd like, there's a stipulation here, the defense exhibit D.
Go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize this exhibit, what it depicts?
Yeah, that's a larger aerial view of the area of Central Davis, North Central.
And there's a red location marker.
Yes.
At Sycamore Park.
That is, yes.
And from this aerial satellite view, you can see the bike path on Sycamore Park.
Yeah.
You can see, it's partially blocked by the red marker. You can see the middle path through Sycamore Park.
Yes.
You can also see the path around the place area in Sycamore Park.
Yes.
I'm just going to go step by step and follow his
Sure.
route. all right?
Just a moment. We gotta take the blinds down. Sorry. My least favorite moment of the day when the blinds come down. It's too much of a glare. Okay, thank you, Deputy. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
When he got to Sycamore Park,
is that one of the times where he shuffled around and, excuse me, when he got to Sycamore Lane? Did he kind of shuffle around before deciding which way to go?
Yes, he wasn't like clear. There was no direction to it, so I thought he was going to come north on Sycamore towards me, and then he didn't. He went south, stayed on the west side of Sycamore, again walking right next to Willett Elementary School, and then stopped there. It started to go down Sycamore.
Stop. So he walked on the left side of Sycamore on the sidewalk bordering Robert Willett Elementary School.
Left from this perspective, yes.
So it would be I meant
The
west side.
the west side, exactly.
Then,
You've got your corner if you need it.
Sure.
what did he do when he reached the intersection of Sycamore and Bucknell?
He was right there. He started to head south on Sycamore, and then he turned back, doubled back, and went point east on Bucknell.
But even while he was turning around, he never looked at you.
No, not that I could detect.
And he then started walking east on Bucknell.
Yes.
He got to the intersection of Bucknell and Pine.
And then he did something similar where he turned, started to head south down Pine, just for a step or two, and then doubled back and went north on Pine. Not doubled back to Bucknell, but like started to go, down Pine and then doubled back, went up here, did the same thing again, starting to go.
We're going to go
Sure, step by step.
Step by step. So he started to go a few steps on Pine South, but then he started going north on Pine.
Yes.
And when he is at the intersection of Bucknell and Pine, where are you?
I was closer to the intersection of Bucknell and Sycamore. So again, at this point, I was almost a block away, or I was keeping more distance. So then I observed him do that double back and then head north. And then as he headed north, I kind of sprinted down Bucknell so that I wouldn't lose sight of him, at which point I saw him here.
Okay, let's stop.
Sure.
We're going to
We'll
go
go.
step by step. Okay?
Got it.
Before he headed north on Pine, you never saw him look at you? Turn
Yeah,
back,
I didn't see him look at me the entire time.
All right. So you observed him walk north on Pine. Did he cross Colby?
He went across Colby, yes.
Okay, so he went across Colby, then he came to the intersection of Villanova and Pine.
Yes.
Did you notice anything?
It was the same behavior. He started to head east on Villanova and then changed his mind, went west.
So he's now we're now on the third intersection. First we had Bucknell and Sycamore, then Bucknell and Pine. Now we're at Pine and Villanova.
Yes.
And all three intersections, he does this little thing where he starts to go one way and then turns the other.
Uh-huh. Yes.
He then walks west on Villanova.
Yeah.
He gets to the intersection of Villanova and Sycamore.
Yes. At that point, I did not see him. I think he maybe had picked up his pace. I don't know. I was coming up Pine, and this is when I had called my neighbor who lives on Colby and asked her to get in her car and head north on Sycamore to not lose sight of him.
Let me stop you there. When you were coming up on Pine, you called. You were calling your neighbor, right?
Yeah.
So when you got to the intersection of Pine and Villanova, you didn't see him at that
He was out of sight at that point.
So you said he picked up his pace. That was a possibility because you didn't see him.
True, yeah. I also could have been, I'm not the fastest guy.
Well, you were also on Pine, you were trying to call your neighbor as well.
Yeah, I was trying to coordinate a response.
But by the time you got down to Villanova and Sycamore, you looked north, you could see him walking on Sycamore.
By the time I got to Sycamore, I could see him. He had created even more distance at that point. So then I was like basically openly running at that point to try to not lose sight of him.
But he was still walking along Sycamore when you saw him.
Yeah, exactly. He crossed Sycamore. There's no intersection or crosswalk. He just walked across the street. And so he was on the west side and I was on the east side.
How long approximately do you think you lost sight of him when you were on Pineville? So when you got to Pine Villanova, obviously you didn't see him.
Sure.
If you can give an estimate, how long did it
It was less
go until you saw him again? How many seconds?
less than a minute, 45 seconds or so. Again, I ran down Villanova this way, and at that point he was on the west side of Sycamore and had some distance between us.
And you ran down Villanova because you wanted to make sure you could see where he went.
Yeah, I had talked to the neighbor. I think she maybe called me back or I called her again, and she said like she had driven by. It's definitely him. I'm not crazy. Stay in pursuit. So that's when I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. My neighbor confirmed it. I'm gonna follow this guy, like, and be very obvious about it at that point. I didn't care. I just didn't want to lose sight of him. So then I ran up Sycamore.
And the reason you ran because you knew if in that 45 seconds to get out of sight, if he knew you were out of sight, he could have taken off sprinting, he could have hid somewhere, and you might not have seen it, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously, he had no idea you'd called a neighbor.
No.
But when you got to Sycamore and Villanova and looked north, you could still see him just walking along the sidewalk heading north.
He was heading north.
And you followed him as he headed north on Sycamore?
Yes.
On the other side of the road?
I was on the other side, but I could see him, yeah.
And during the entire time that he walked up Sycamore north, he never looked over his shoulder at all.
I did not see that happening, no.
When you got to the intersection of Sycamore and West Covell, you believe he may have crossed with not at the stoplight?
I believe he didn't wait for the signal. He just crossed.
So he crossed against the red?
Yeah, and I was on the other side. I got to the intersection and I waited for the pedestrian signal.
Did he, you know how some people will sprint across the red, or did he just walk straight across the street?
He isn't sprinting, just walking.
You were then able to see him cross through the marketplace?
I lost him at that point because I waited at the intersection, and when I got to the marketplace parking lot, it was late afternoon and there were a lot of cars. I didn't see him. I ran into CVS just thinking like maybe he would be in there.
Thought at this point, because you had to wait, you thought you lost him.
Yeah, I called my wife back and said like disappointedly, like, sorry, I lost him.
Because that's a big parking complex. I mean,
It's a big parking lot, exactly.
Multiple stores.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Autopsy, can you pull that mic a little closer? Thanks.
And so when you ran into CVS, that was your best guess of where he might have been because of his, or was that just
It's the first store. It's the most proximate one, so I ran into it thinking if he's trying to like hide from me, that would be an okay place to do it. There's a lot of aisles, but he wasn't in there.
You ran up and down the aisles looking for him.
Yeah.
And you didn't see him.
No, I saw my neighbor, but I didn't see him.
And at this point, no police officer has arrived yet.
No.
Is that starting to frustrate you?
I was frustrated.
So when you exit CVS, at that moment you think, I've lost him.
Yes.
And then he walks right in front of you.
Again, with like 20 to 30 feet of distance and not looking at me, but yes, just walking by.
And he just was walking
From the direction of Safeway. So I actually assumed he went into Safeway. I don't know for a fact.
He was walking from the direction of Safeway.
Yeah.
And he never looked at you.
Nope.
But he was carrying a bag at this point.
Yes.
Then you continued to follow him.
Yes. I called the police again, told them I had regained sight of him and that I was going to not let up until they sent a car.
Did you observe him cross West Covell again to go back down Sycamore?
Yes.
Do you know if he crossed on a red or a green this time, or do you know?
I don't remember. I might have even crossed on a red at that point. I didn't care.
You didn't want to lose him again.
Exactly.
And as he traveled south down Sycamore, He just continued to just walk.
He continued. I ran into the street and waved down a car of two women and said, like, I think this is the guy. Can you help me keep an eye on him until the police come? And they pulled over and agreed and started to follow him. And we had like a trailing party at that point going down Sycamore South. Exactly. And then...
So let's talk about this trailing party.
Sure.
So Davis police still haven't arrived,
Yes.
but you have now your neighbor
Yes.
and some random person?
Yes, some women that were driving the other way that pulled over when I flagged them down.
So you have three different groups of people from the community following him, and he never looks back,
Yeah,
just keeps walking.
just keeps walking.
Then,
And not running, to be clear. Just like maybe fast walking at best, but not obviously running or anything like that.
and finally you see a patrol vehicle.
Yeah, he turns down Villanova, and I am running at that point. I turned down Villanova, and then a police officer was heading west on Villanova. I ran into the street, flagged him down, pointed at the suspect, and said, "That's him."
And did you observe for any time when the police officers contacted him?
Yeah, no, I watched the entire time. The squad car turned around, got out. The police officer got out, started to follow him on foot, calling after him. The suspect continued to walk, maybe at a more brisk pace at that point, and then go down Pine, south on Pine. And then it was at that point, I believe the officer went back to his car and like radioed in support, and then all of a sudden there were a bunch of squad cars and a helicopter and the whole thing.
Did you you saw him turn on Villanova, or?
I saw him turn to head east on Villanova, yes, and I saw him further turn again south on Pine.
And there was an officer walking behind him on Pine?
On Villanova.
And then at the intersection of Pine and Colby, you saw him standing speaking to a different officer.
Another car came and they apprehended him and held him on like a lawn at the corner of Pine and Colby, yeah.
And you watched this entire incident?
Yeah, I was at that point standing on Pine.
And that multiple patrol cars started arriving.
A lot of patrol cars, helicopter, everything.
And helicopter was hovering overhead.
Yeah.
And you could see him standing on a corner surrounded by multiple police officers?
Yes.
Did you see when they put him in handcuffs?
No. In fact, they told us at some point, like, I think there was too much attention from the neighborhood, and they said, "Oh, it's not him, everyone can go home," sort of thing. And I was like, really?
So they told you, after all that work you put in, they told you it wasn't?
I think they were trying to just get people to go back inside and not cause a scene. So yeah, that is what they told us.
And you laughed at that point?
I gave a testimony to police, and then a reporter from the Davis Enterprise was there. I spoke to her on the under the auspices of anonymity.
That didn't work out too well.
It did for a couple of years.
Okay. But a couple of years, you actually, though, you followed this case in the media?
I haven't paid too much attention. My wife gives me updates now and again.
But you actually reached out, you sent me an email because you wanted to let me know that you thought you had important information about this case.
A friend of mine who writes for the San Francisco Chronicle had heard about the case and brought it up and knew about my involvement and said, you can like reach out to the public defender. And I said, okay, if there's something useful to share.
Because thinking about that behavior you saw, it didn't seem normal to you.
No, it was odd, erratic, just not the conduct of someone who's thinking clearly if they're being pursued by somebody. Yes.
Nothing further, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson, and Mr. DeMar, any redirect?
Mr. Schaefer, when you were in Sycamore Park on May 3rd, you knew where the second stabbing, where Karim had been stabbed to death, where that had taken place.
I didn't know exactly where it was. I was out of town actually the night that it occurred, and so I knew it was in Sycamore Park, but I didn't know where precisely.
So when you were following Mr. Dominguez through the park, did you see like a makeshift memorial that had flowers and things like that?
I didn't spot it at the time. I was pretty focused on him, and I only briefly went past that area as we were exiting the park. But again, my focus was on his whereabouts, not on my surroundings.
But today, as you sit here, you know the area where Karim was killed.
Yes.
And if you bring up the defense exhibit 19, I believe it's C2. And so, looking at defense 19 C2, are you familiar with this is where Karim was found and killed?
Yeah, to the right there, that lighter spot of cement is where the memorial is.
Now, when you were following Mr. Dominguez around, did he ever come into this area?
No.
Did he ever approach the area and change his direction?
This area, no.
And so, as you were following him, it seems like he went to a lot of different areas in the park.
Leading.
He went to a lot of different areas in the park, the playground, the hill, some of the paths. Would it be fair to say that he covered a fairly significant, based on your diagram, area of the park?
It's a big park, so fairly significant is a fairly significant term, but he went, the way you described, the playground, the path, the area by the bike path, by the bike bridge rather, and then back through the middle path.
But he never came down this path directly.
No.
In fact, he went on the other side of the hill on that path.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any recross?
Yeah, sir, when you went into the park, you never went down the bike path initially, correct?
The first time heading westbound, no.
And when you were coming back, had you not seen Mr. Reales Dominguez, you were going to return through the middle path.
Yeah,
You were not going to take the bike path.
that's right.
The only reason you were even close to the bike path was because you were up on the hill watching Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Trying to maintain line of sight, yeah.
So the entire time you were in that park, you yourself never walked on the bike path near the area where Karim was killed.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Schaefer, I appreciate your testimony and coming back in the afternoon. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, you will call Najm.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Come on in at the podium. I appreciate your testimony today. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you the oath, and after you take the oath, I'll have you have a seat and stand.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Did you solemnly swear to speak on the give and cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take the first and last name for the record. And spell them both.
Nadine Yahya, Nadine Yehyia.
Great, thank you. Mr. Demora.
Hey, Greg. Good afternoon, nice to get here.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Who are you married to?
I'm married to Majdi Abu Najm.
And is Najm in court today?
He is.
And do the two of you have a son together?
We do.
What's his name?
Karim Abu Najm.
And if I may approach and show you People's Exhibit 54B.
Sure.
Here. You recognize that photograph?
He's my son, Karim.
And is this a photograph that you have, that you've shared with us?
Yes, it's one of many that he had for Karim.
And when was that taken?
I didn't take that photo, so I don't have the exact date, but it was taken by one of his friends, my understanding.
Thank you. And is this how Karim looked in life?
Better.
In April of 2023, how old was he?
20 and a half.
Was he a student at UC Davis?
Yes.
What was he studying?
Computer science.
Did he live with you and Majdi?
He did.
And without giving us your address, where did all of you live together?
We live on 1537 Santa Rosa Street, Davis.
As a student, how did Karim get to school?
He biked to his classes, his work, everywhere.
Did he have a green Fuji mountain bike, green and colored Fuji mountain bike?
I believe he did, yeah.
Ever see him ride it?
Every time he left home when I was there, I would look at him as he left the house, yes.
On where you live, is that on the west side of Highway 113?
That's right, across the bridge.
You say across the bridge, is that the bridge that, the bike path that takes you to Sycamore Park?
Yes, true.
Did you know Karim to take that bike path to and from school or his job?
Yes, all the time.
On April 29th of 2023, did you see Karim that day?
I did.
When was the last time you saw him that day?
The last was around noon, I would say. I have prepared breakfast for him, and he didn't come down to eat. He was getting ready to go to a conference. So I sent him a message asking if should I remove the food or keep it for him. And that was the last message also from him. He said, yeah, to keep it. And he wrote, coming.
So he had a conference. Did he have a conference that day?
He did have. Earlier that day, April 29, he was looking for his fancy pants to wear for an occasion. So I asked him what he had. He said he had a very important presentation. And he couldn't find that pants, so he asked me to look for him for it. So that's how I knew that he had a presentation. And we didn't talk much about it, though, on that day.
When you say he was looking for his fancy pants, you're talking about like dress pants?
Yes, and I have to say it. That morning, he's like, "Mom, where did you put my pants?" It's like, "You have it." It's like, "Are you sure you washed it?" "Yes, I did. I can't find it. Can you check my dad's?" And I said, "Go check yourself." He said, "Mom, please do." So I went, and sure enough, I misplaced his pants among his dad's clothes. And so he held his pants and he said, "Mom, is this my dad's size?" So that was the fancy pants, blue pants that he wanted to wear, but he ended up spending some time changing and trying different clothes for the event that day.
And that was an event, and was that an award ceremony that was going to take place in the evening?
I wasn't aware that it was an award ceremony as much as a presentation with his group, and then based on their presentation, they might have been awarded based on their work. So it was a research, part of the undergraduate research conference at UC Davis. It happens every year.
And so when he left that afternoon, did he get on the bike that you had always seen him leave on?
I didn't see him when he left. I had people that day around noon. When I went to get something from the kitchen, I saw him eating, so I offered him some tea. He said he's drinking coffee, and that was the last time I saw my son alive.
And during the day, did you ever see his bike there around the house, or did you notice it was gone?
No, that night I went out with my neighbor and walked around the neighborhood, not towards Sycamore Park, towards the other side. And when I came back home, I heard sirens. And then it was then that I checked if Karim came during my absence when I went for a walk. I looked for his bike. I didn't see it in our backyard. So I started messaging him to see when he's coming back, and I specifically said, it's like, I hear lots of sirens. Are you close? Are you okay? But that was around 10 p.m. So he didn't see that message or the many messages after that I sent that night.
And did you hear, were you expecting Karim home that night?
Of course. So it's Saturday. He had an eventful day, happy day, I would say, with his friends. It's getting close to his graduation. So I knew that he would be out, but I didn't know exactly when he's going to be back. But being the kind of mother I am, when it's getting dark, I usually create a reason to check where he is indirectly by asking, like, "There is food, are you coming?" or something around these lines. So that night, when it was around 10, I started hearing sirens. I got worried. But definitely I was expecting him. It's so not typical of him to stay out without letting us know.
When you were expecting him home, did you have reason to believe he would come through Sycamore Park, take the bike path back to your house?
Yes, that would be the norm, unless somebody, because if it was very late, would drop him home and then he would pick his bike the next day. But this would be the norm. He would have to cross that bridge to arrive home.
And I can't even approach with people's 25 feet.
Okay.
And looking at this map, as you hear, would you be able to just draw a little arrow to where your house is on here? I can give you this pen.
Just to note, the Santa Rosa is not named, but I can recognize the street on this map. So it is here.
Okay.
So this is not Cape Cod, it's the parallel to Rio Grande.
Let's put a little circle around that little dot right there.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Any questions, Mr. Hudson? No question. Nadine, how do you pronounce your last name?
Yahya,
Yahia. Ms. Yahia, thank you for your testimony.
thank
Have a good
you.
day. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are at our afternoon break. The three-part admonition: don't form any opinions about this case until you're deliberating with your fellow jurors. Do not research this case. Do not discuss anything other than scheduling. And I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Counsel, thank you. Enjoy your break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Off break. CR 23-1391. Evidentiary phase of this trial, afternoon session, Thursday, May 8th. And so, Mr. Demar, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, people call Detective Mariano Lopez.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Come on in to the podium. You'll take the oath and then the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear to speak you're about to give and cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Mariano Lopez, Mariano, last of Lopez, Lopez.
Thank you. Okay, who's witness? Okay, Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your job?
I'm a police officer, currently assigned as a detective.
And what agency do you work for?
City of Davis.
And how long have you been a detective for the city of Davis?
3 years now.
How long have you been a peace officer for the city of Davis?
10 years.
And were you working as a peace officer for the city of Davis back on May 1st of 2023?
I was.
And were you working between 11 p.m. and midnight that day?
I was.
And what was your assignment?
Suppression for a recent crime that was occurring in the city.
Okay, what kind of crime?
Multiple stabbings where individuals were killed.
Okay, and so was this part of like your normal assignment to be working that late at night?
No.
So this was like a special assignment for you due to what was going on in the city?
It was.
It's like an overtime assignment?
We're a flexible unit, so we were flexed with our time to go do this assignment.
Understood. And sometime around 11:45 or thereabouts, did you hear radio reports that there was a report of a stabbing in the area of L Street between 2nd and 3rd?
I did.
Did you respond to that area?
I did.
What did you do in that area?
I started canvassing the area looking for possible suspects or witnesses or other individuals that were hurt.
And did you encounter someone named Jose Anaya?
I did.
Where did you encounter them?
He was on the northwest corner between Cable Car Wash and it's a car detailing shop.
And did you contact Mr. Anaya?
I did.
What were you contacting him for?
Seeing if he heard anything or saw anything.
And did you obtain a statement from him?
I did.
Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes is People's 25A. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
And is that a map of the city of Davis?
It is.
And does it include the area where you contacted Mr. Anaya?
It does.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
And so there's a laser pointer there. Wait, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Could you just show us where it was that you contacted Mr. Anaya?
Yes.
And so I have People's 25A up on the screen. Were you able to see that okay, sir?
Yes.
And a little bit. Like, what intersection is this near?
It's between 3rd and H Street.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in on the area of 3rd and H here. So now that I'm zoomed in, can you see the area where you contacted Mr. Anaya?
Yes. Would you like me to point?
Please.
In this area.
Okay, on north, or on the top side of the street, north side of the street?
Northwest corner
Northwest corner of what?
of 3rd and this little alleyway that goes to a cable car wash right here and train tracks. It's going to be this northwest corner of the shop.
All right, so just for the record, if we're looking at the intersection on this map of 3rd and H, there's a building to the right of that, which has got a white roof, and you're indicating at the northwest corner of that building.
Correct.
On this map, north is towards the top,
Yes.
and west is towards the left.
Yes.
Okay. And about what time did you contact Mr. Anaya there?
Approximately 20 minutes after the call that came out.
Okay, so this would be the night of May 1st, short, in 20 minutes or so of hearing the report from the stabbing. So somewhere in kind of near midnight into the 2nd.
Yes.
And so this is going to sound like a silly question, but this area of 3rd and H is different than this PG&E substation. That's not the same place.
Correct.
Okay. And so was he there on the side of the building at 3rd and H?
Was Anaya on
Yes.
the side? It wouldn't be H Street. It's just on the other side of H Street. It's actually like an alleyway, but he was on the side of the building of that particular building I pointed to.
Understood. And do you recall if it was raining that night?
It was, if it was not raining at that moment, it did start raining that night.
And so were you wearing a body cam with you?
I was.
And when you contacted Mr. Anaya, did you activate the body camera?
I did.
And so would it record the statements?
It did. Or it would.
I have a transcript, and then there's been a stipulation for the foundation.
Okay.
I don't believe a transcript is necessary. They should watch.
Is it audio or video?
Audio and video.
Okay, so I agree with that. So I want to mark the transcript as a court exhibit next in order. And thank you, though, for preparing copies in the event. We're going to reserve handing those out. And it is a reminder, we have used transcripts, but we're not going to do that in this case. The evidence is what you're going to see in here. And what is the number, Mr. Van Hook, again?
This is people 67.
67. Okay, great. Thank you.
So what did you guys see earlier?
We see with the corner of the eye, it's like a person running honestly, but
Like they were like, you see around, we don't want to come back in others.
Huh?
The person, you see around this area, we don't want to come back.
we don't even know who it is, Christina.
Oh.
So you guys just saw somebody running?
Yeah, well,
We were talking right here and then
we were talking to eat snacks and stuff, we said, and we saw.
we seen a person running like over there that way.
I seen, when I seen.
Honestly, we did see a person running.
When I seen, a person was coming, went real fast.
With a long shirt.
And I looked like, when he said, this might just pass by and was going so fast and stuff.
To me, it looked gray, the shirt looked gray, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I could see like the color was like probably like a grayish color and stuff. And someone told me right then, and
What's your guys' names?
My name is Jose, man.
Do you know, hey Jose, do you know your driver's license?
I have one, but I don't remember.
You don't remember? All right, Jose?
And I'm Christy.
Anaya?
Yeah.
What's your date of birth?
10/13/87.
10/13/87?
Yeah.
What's yours?
Mine's Christy Pierce.
What is it?
Christy Pierce, K-R-Y.
K-R-Y?
S-T-I-E.
K-R-Y?
K-R-Y.
S-T?
S-T-I-E. I-E.
Uh-huh.
Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E. Like your Pierce.
Your Pierce?
No, that's what, like this is Pierce, the last name is Pierce.
Oh, Pearson.
Yeah. So P-I-E-R-C-E.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
9:30 of 81.
9:30 of 81. Okay. So you guys saw a guy running this way at a high rate, like running like he was running really fast?
Fast, yeah.
And all you could tell was he had a gray shirt on.
He had a gray shirt on, and I didn't notice, because we wouldn't really pay attention until, like, when he passed by, and I said, oh, shit, somebody ran by real fast, and then, like, someone told us had a bad feel. Someone told us, like, just go.
All right, well, be safe and watch each other's back, okay?
Who they said?
We don't know. That's just how it is right now. All right, guys, thanks. If we need to get a hold of you guys, we'll get a hold of you guys later.
Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to ask you just a couple of clarifying questions. It's kind of dark in the video. What was the setup that Mr. Anaya and Ms. Pierce had there? Did it look like it was an encampment, like they were staying there as like their lodging, or that they had stopped there momentarily?
I believe they were staying there as like a.
Hold on. The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
You can answer the question.
It looked like they were setting up an encampment there for the night.
Understood. And so then in the video, there was some reference to that they saw a person running that way and then they're pointing to a particular street. Which way and what street are they referencing in the video?
I believe they were referencing 3rd Street going into downtown, which would be westbound.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Just a moment. Thank you, Mr. Van Hook. And so, Mr. Hutchinson, cross-exam.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit A. Do you recognize what this depicts?
Yes.
Your body camera did not have a timestamp on it in the video we saw. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you believe this contact was within about 20 minutes of receiving the call about what happened near the intersection of 2nd and L, that a woman was stabbed?
Approximate.
So this was probably around either shortly before midnight on May 1st or shortly after midnight, early morning of May 2nd.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
You were just canvassing to see if anyone had seen anything.
Correct.
The area where you found them, see where my cursor is here, right before the railroad tracks. Is this the area? There's a building here. Were they up against this building?
Yes, right where the end of your right side of your cursor would be.
Although it was dark, we could see that they had bicycles there. You saw some bicycles visible in the,
yes.
in the body camera?
Yes.
They had bags with them.
Yes.
And they talked about they were having snacks. Do you recall hearing that?
I don't recall that.
But it appeared to you that they were setting up camp, at least for the night, at that location.
I cannot tell if they set up camp for the night or they were attempting to set up camp for the night. I can't make that assumption.
But it looked like they were going to camp there for the night, whether they'd set it up already or not.
Yes.
They told you they saw someone running with a gray shirt. You recall hearing that?
Yes.
They never mentioned anything about a person wearing a black hoodie.
No.
And they said they saw someone running, as in using their feet to run. That's what they specified.
That's what they said.
They never mentioned anything about seeing anybody on a bicycle.
They never mentioned a bicycle.
Are you familiar with Davis Glass and Screen at 920 3rd Street?
Off the top of my head, no.
Right here, I'm at the intersection of 3rd and I. Is that the thrift shop?
I believe that is the thrift shop or beginning of the thrift shop.
Okay. The building to be west of the thrift shop. Do you remember if there is a glass company here, Davis Glass and Screen, where my cursor is?
I don't recall that building. Fairly go there.
But there are some businesses in this building, and then we have the cable car wash down here.
Correct, and there's also a detail car business in the back to the rear.
So we have on where my cursor is right now at the intersection of I and 3rd, that's the thrift shop, and then down here, closer to the intersection of the railroad tracks and 3rd, that's where the cable car wash is.
Correct.
And there's some businesses in between that you don't recall off the top of your head.
Correct.
Not businesses you have to go to very often.
Correct.
And it wasn't clear from the body camera, but they seemed to specify that they saw this person running from the vantage point where you spoke to them. They told you they had been at that location?
From our conversation, it appeared that would have been where their vantage point was.
So they claimed to see someone in a gray shirt running westbound near the intersection of 3rd and H. That's what they gestured to you.
Yes.
Have you ever dealt with Mr. Anaya before, part of that night?
Previous contacts.
Had you dealt with the other individual who was with him?
Yes.
I don't want you to speculate. Both, based on your experience with them, do they both use controlled substances?
Yes.
Methamphetamine?
Yes.
Did you ask them if they had used methamphetamine that night?
No.
At that night, whether they had used methamphetamine, that was not your concern, given what you were investigating.
Correct.
Now, I'd like you to assume that Mr. Anaya testified to this jury that at around midnight on May 1st, he wasn't down here by the cable car wash. He was down here at the intersection of 2nd and K, behind a tree, asleep for the night. Can you assume that he testified and told this jury that, okay? Based on what you saw up here, was Mr. Anaya's testimony accurate?
If I'm assuming that he testified to that?
Yeah.
Well, I contacted him on 3rd by cable car wash.
And because you've dealt with Mr. Anaya, you knew who he looks like, correct?
Correct.
So when he told you, my name's Jose Anaya, you recognize him as Jose Anaya.
Correct.
So there's no chance you were actually mistaken about speaking with Jose Anaya.
Correct.
So based on what you saw and what you recorded in your body camera, there is no way Jose Anaya was asleep in the bushes at this intersection of 2nd and K. He wasn't there, correct?
I can't speak to where he was prior to our contact.
But at the time you contacted him, there's no chance he could have been down here at the intersection of 2nd and K asleep, correct?
Your Honor, we stipulate to that.
They had questioned him about
Right,
that.
no, that's fine. Thank you for the stipulation, but the witness needs to answer.
There would not. He would be at 3rd and the tracks.
And he was very much awake when you spoke to him.
I couldn't tell if how much he's awake or not.
He was awake.
Yes.
You didn't wake him up.
No.
He was speaking.
Yes.
And he appeared to be able to understand your questions.
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vander, any redirect?
Nothing.
Okay, Detective, thank you for making time for the court today. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, Mr. DeMora, a witness?
Yes, you call Detective Derek Rowe.
Okay, great, thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to actually call Investigator Aaron Rowe.
Aaron Rowe, okay. Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So if you can stand at the podium, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
Did you solemnly swear that you're about to give and cause nothing to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Keep seated. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Aaron Moe, Aaron, last name Moe, Moe.
Okay, thank you. All right, for the prosecution then, Mr. Vanderhoek, you got it? Okay, direct. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. What's your job?
I'm employed as a full-time investigator for the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been employed as an investigator for the district attorney's office?
It'll be 12 years in July.
For the peace officer position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Prior to being employed as a investigator for the Yolo County District Attorney's Office, do you have any prior experience as a peace officer?
I was a full-time police officer for the city of Yuba City for a little over 12 years.
And any other experience as a peace officer?
I was also a reserve police officer for the city of Yuba City for an additional 2 years.
And have you been assigned to work on this case?
Yes, I was.
And what is your job as an investigator with the DA's office when you're assigned to a case?
My job is to assist the prosecutors in organizing the case, to contact witnesses, obtain statements, to handle evidence either by collecting it or transporting it, as well as dealing with witnesses when the attorneys talk to them in preparation for upcoming court dates, and then other investigative matters such as writing search warrants and other follow-up investigation.
Do you help coordinate witness appearances in court?
Yes.
And do you, for witnesses that have transportation issues, do you help arrange for transportation to and from court for various witnesses?
Both vehicle as well as if they're from out of town, we arrange flights for them to come into town prior to their testimony.
Have you been doing that work on this case?
Yes.
And then you talked about interviewing witnesses. Have you been talking to witnesses on the case?
Only when asked to do so. If there is follow-up questioning or if they had questions, then I'm asked to contact them to figure out what they need.
And then if there's particular follow-up that's needed in an area, would you do that?
Yes.
Does it include authoring search warrants?
Yes.
I want to ask you about interviewing witnesses. Could you just give me an estimate of the number of witnesses that you've interviewed in relation to this case?
Between 10 to 20.
And were you present during an interview with Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
And an interview just a couple weeks ago with Kimberlee Guillory?
I believe it was on the 23rd of April, yes.
Okay, and do you typically record such interviews?
Yes.
Why is it your practice to record interviews of witnesses when you're talking to them?
It's an evidentiary value. It gives me the ability to talk to them more freely as far as not interrupting them to try to write down notes. It gives me the ability to provide a copy to both yourself and defense counsel if requested, and then I write my reports as a result of the recordings.
Okay, and so does it help you create an accurate record of what's said during the conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded the interview with Ms. Guillory?
Yes, I did.
Do you always tell people that you are recording when you do record an interview?
No.
Is there any requirement that you tell people that you record when you're doing an interview?
No.
Do you typically leave your recorder in an area where people could see the recorder, though?
Yes.
And I ask you about procedures for interviewing witnesses.
Okay.
I'll give you a hypothetical question. If you're talking to a witness about what they remember, and they tell you about an incident, but you know, based on other information, that what they remember is not correct, what do you do?
I don't provide them the information that I have. I ask them questions, especially with witnesses, to inspire thought. I don't lead them in any way. I don't try to explain to them what I have to counteract what they're saying.
I mean, why wouldn't, I mean, if you know what the witness is saying is something that is not correct, why not just tell them what you know so that you can straighten them out?
Because what they are saying is their interpretation of the events that occurred as far as how they remember it.
When you're talking with witnesses, especially talking with multiple witnesses, do you ever have any concerns about contaminating a particular witness?
When I talk to them, I am cognizant of contamination. I usually ask open-ended questions where they get to provide their information as opposed to, again, leading them. I don't argue with them. I'm not counteractive to what they're saying. I just take down what they say, and then I try to prove what they say is either correct or not true by other means.
What is contamination?
Contamination is basically giving them a way to change what they remember. As far as dealing with witnesses, a lot of times They can receive contamination through talking with other people involved in the incident, either when the incident occurs or post-incident. They can also be contaminated by stuff they see in social media or the news that can influence what they remember potentially.
And could you potentially contaminate a witness if you provide them with information that they didn't previously know?
Yes.
And so, is there anything that you can do about witnesses who have been subjected to potential contamination from the news or from other people that they've talked to who aren't you?
I give them instructions as far as when they are telling me their statement to give me what they remember specifically as far as their involvement or what they witnessed. I'm not asking them to tell me what other people told them.
Okay. When a witness doesn't remember something and then they hear about that event from an outside source like another witness or the news or something else, do witnesses ever fill in gaps in their memory based on what they hear from outside sources?
Yes. Yes.
And is that what you're trying to avoid when you're trying to avoid witness contamination?
Yes, I am.
So if a witness was telling you in their statement something that you just absolutely knew was incorrect based on just rock solid evidence you had as to what really happened, would you then correct the witness and try to give them the correct information?
No, I wouldn't correct the witness verbally or show them anything that's counteracting what they remember. If it was something that I knew specifically as far as being untruthful or if it was something that could be misinterpreted, I try to note in my reports where I know that information is coming from. If it's from talking to a different person, I would say see supplements number such and such for additional information, or see attached video, or see attached photos, and kind of cite my source, kind of like you would if you were writing like a book report, and you'd cite where you got the information from.
But you wouldn't contradict that person during the interview?
No, because again, from interviewing multiple people, depending on what the scenario is that their involvement in, if they're involved in a traumatic incident, they may remember a lot, they may remember very little. So I'm not going to try to mold what they remember as far as putting it into a direction that's beneficial for my case.
Okay, and is part of your job as an investigator with the district attorney's office to obtain exhibits or evidence items?
Yes.
And in this case, were you asked to obtain some demonstrative exhibits?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to obtain a demonstrative knife?
Yes, I was.
And then, what were kind of the what was the request of you as far as what demonstrative knife should you be getting?
I was asked to get the exact make and model of the knife that was seized as evidence in this case.
Okay, so if that's your task, to get the exact make model, how are you then making sure that you're getting the exact make model?
I contacted, in this case, I contacted Sergeant Janelle Bestbitch from the Davis Police Department, explained to her what I was tasked with, asked her if she could provide the make and model of the knife that was seized during the course of the incident, and if she knew where it came from, to cite that source as well. She provided me the make model. She also provided me a excerpt from a search warrant or information that she got from Amazon, and was able to provide the exact make and model of the knife.
Okay, and later, did you actually do your own search warrant on Amazon?
Yes.
And were you able to see it purchased by Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez of a knife on Amazon?
Yes.
Foundation, no subpoena ducas tecum.
Just a moment. You can get it, it's, I'm going to overrule it. Just go ahead.
Can you briefly approach the sidebar?
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something. So I need to sort it out. That's why I hesitated. Okay, thanks. Give me a second.
Yes.
Let's sort this out. Thank you,
problem.
folks. Off the record.
So the parties have a dispute about some evidence, and it hasn't been clearly presented to me before, so I was a little bit, I didn't have the full scope of it. I've got fragments. So I'm going to direct the parties to meet and confer regarding that dispute. But we were talking about the knife, and the attorney can ask about the knife.
Did you look at some Amazon records to verify that you in fact had the correct knife?
Yes.
And the records that you looked at as far as purchases by Reales Dominguez, did they show that the knife that you were obtaining, the duplicate knife, was the right knife?
Yes.
And then I'm going to need people's 36, 37, and 38. Okay, sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, People's 36. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes, sir. People's 36 is a Smith & Wesson manufactured knife, and the model number is SWHRT 9B. And it's described as an HRT 9-inch dual-edge boot knife.
And is that the knife that you obtained as the duplicate knife?
Yes.
And could you remove it from the packaging, please?
Yes, sir.
So could you inspect the knife? Is it sharp or dull?
It's sharp on both sides.
And so have you done anything to that knife after receiving it as your duplicate knife?
No, this one was left as an exact duplicate.
Right, and did you purchase it from Amazon as well?
I had the purchaser from our agency purchase it, but I gave her the make and model.
Understood. Okay. After purchasing that knife, were you asked to get a second knife so that you could dull down the blade on the knife?
Yes.
And so did you make a second order of the knife?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, People 38. Please.
People's 38 is also a Smith & Wesson knife. This one has a model number of SWHRT 9BF.
And when it came in, was it the same as the other knife?
No, it was not the same as the first knife. I determined this was a different model. The F model stands for a false edge. So on the first knife is the exact duplicate, which is People's 3610. I'm sorry, 36D.
Just ID.
Yeah, thank you. ID.
36.
That serial number was SWHRT 9B. This one is 9BF, and the F stands for a false edge. On the first one, it had a cutting edge on both sides. This one only has a cutting edge on one side and a false edge on the opposing side.
Could you take out both 36 and 38 at the same time and just kind of explain to us what's the difference between 36 and 38?
So we could actually start with the similarities.
And if you could just kind of turn your left so people will.
Sure. So this is item number 36, which is the dual edge, and this is item number 38, which is the false edge. As far as the manufacturer, the size from the base of the knife to the tip of the knife is the exact same height, as well as the width of the handguard here at the base of the blade. And again, number 36 is the dual edge. As you can see, there's a shiny edge on both sides of the knife. And on number 38, this is a false edge. You can see a shiny edge going up this side, but a dull black edge. So as an example, if I was to run my finger across number 36, I can cut my finger on both sides of the knife. On number 38, the shiny edge will cut, but the false edge will not. It's not a cutting surface.
All right, so is it then that this knife comes in both a double-edged and a single-edged variety?
Yes.
And so after getting the false edge in, did you make another knife purchase?
Yes.
And did that come in as a double edge knife?
Yes.
When the false edge knife came in, was it that the double edge was ordered and the single edge was accidentally shipped, or was it the single edge was accidentally ordered?
So the double edge was ordered correctly. When the second knife, which was the false edge, was ordered, it was accidentally ordered with the false edge. I showed that to you, and you said we needed an exact copy of the first one.
Okay, so did you then order a third knife?
Yes, I did.
All right, can you take a look at page 37?
Yes. So this is item number 37. It's an exact duplicate of item number 36, which is a Smith & Wesson knife, model SW HRT 9B.
And did you, when that came, was it the same as 36, where it's just a sharp, double-edged duplicate knife?
Yes.
Did you do anything to that knife to change its state?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was asked to dull the knife, so I took a round file to the edge and basically rolled it over to make it less sharp. And then I also did the same thing to the point, where I took the tip of the point down just a little bit to make it less dangerous, I guess.
All right, so if people are handling 37 in court, does it have the same risk of cutting people as the knife, the sharp knife duplicates that you got?
The risk is reduced. There's a potential of still cutting, but it's reduced compared to the other ones.
Okay, and did you do anything to mark that particular knife to differentiate it from the other ones?
I wrapped this knife in blue tape around the handle, and then on the exterior of the box, I wrote the words exact but dull, or exact dull, excuse me.
So I'm just going to collect all three from you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we just talked about knives. Were you asked to get any other duplicate items?
I was asked to obtain a duplicate tent that was seized as an item of evidence in the third stabbing incident.
Okay, and so is this the tent that Kimberlee Guillory would have been in?
Correct.
All right, what was the procedure used to get a duplicate of the tent?
After being asked to do so, I contacted the Davis Police Department evidence technician, cannot remember the name, explained to him that I needed to get an exact copy of the tent that was seized as evidence in the incident involving Miss Guillory. The evidence tech provided me the exact manufacturer and exact model of the tent.
Okay, I'm going to show you an item. This is People's, marked for identification purposes, the People's 29. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes, sir. So People's 29 is a Coleman 4-person tent. It's a Flatwoods 2 model.
And is that the tent that you obtained?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen the photos of Miss Guillory's tent?
Yes.
And is this the same tent?
Yes, even down to the color, I believe.
So now I want to move to some other things. We talked about the search warrants, and that at times you'll do search warrants. Did you author any search warrants in this case?
Yes.
Does that include a search warrant to AT&T?
Yes, it does.
And what did you author a search warrant for?
The search warrant was authored for information pursuant, or information in connection to a phone number that we had for the defendant.
Okay, and did you receive records responding to your search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 42A. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
You can see that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a custodian records declaration that came with the warrant, with the records that you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes.
And this is for the AT&T records?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I have here a USB drive that's marked as 42. Before your testimony in court today, did you have a chance to look at the contents of what's on the USB drive of People's 42?
Yes.
And was it the records for the phone number that you did the search warrant for and the records that you received pursuant to your search warrant?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so, have you been able to look at these records at all?
Yes.
And were you able to see who the records were indicating that they belonged to?
There was subscriber information with the records, and I believe it belonged to the defendant's father.
Okay. And in addition to the other search warrants, did you do a search warrant to Amazon?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your search warrant to Amazon for? Like, what records were you seeking?
Similar to AT&T, we were looking for information as far as who the account belongs to, the methods of payment, the addresses in which the accounts are billed, the accounts are shipped. We were looking for items purchased. We were looking for search history, all belonging to the account.
Okay, and did you receive records responsive to your search warrant?
Yes.
And I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 39A. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to look at People's 39A?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that a declaration from a custodian of records that you received with the records that you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes, it's a certificate of authenticity.
Okay. And prior to coming to court today, I have it here, the USB drive marked as 39 with the words Amazon records on it. Did you have a chance to look at this prior to coming into court here today?
Yes.
And did this USB drive contain the Amazon records that you received pursuant to your search warrant?
Yes.
And those are the records that came with that same custodian's declaration?
Yes.
So, Your Honor.
Is this what there was an objection to?
Yes, and so I've reached the point of everything I can cover, and I would have to recall this witness later. Continue.
Okay. Let me just, now that I've seen the foundation you've tried, let me sidebar with counsel. Thank you. Just a moment, folks. Give us a second to circle back on this off the record. Mr. Vanderhook, you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to need just a moment to set up, So, Investigator Mo, I'm going to ask you just a couple questions about the Amazon records that you received. Did you have a chance to review them?
Yes.
And whose records were they? Could you tell from what you had?
They're records that we can link to the defendant.
Okay, and how do you know that they were linked to the defendant? What was on the records that indicated to you that they were Mr. Dominguez's records?
They were linked with an email address that had been identified as being associated to him, which I believe was carlos.reales. It had a number sequence at gmail.com, as well as the phone number that we just talked about with the AT&T records. It was also linked to him using the addresses in which the items were shipped, which was an address that was linked to him in the city of Davis.
Okay, so from People's Exhibit 39, there's two files. One's titled Certificate of Authenticity, and the other is an Excel spreadsheet starting the letters CRIM. I'm pulling up that spreadsheet, and then I'm hoping to put this up on the overhead. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
And so this record, it's got a bunch of tabs at the bottom. The first one is subscription info. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does it the subscription info for these records show you who the Amazon subscriber is associated with these records?
Yes.
And so were you able to locate the order of the Smith & Wesson knife from Amazon in the records?
Yes. It should be in the next tab over, which is order history.
Okay. And so here on the order history tab, we have orders going all the way back here to January 22nd, 2022. Do you know what the date was of the order?
I believe it was December 5th of 22.
Okay, so going down to December 5th of 2022, there's an order here on line 127, and scrolling to the side, just gonna highlight the row. Going to the side along the row, are you able to see what that order was for?
Yes.
And what was the order for?
It's the Smith & Wesson knife. The model number is right next to Smith & Wesson, which is the first two words of that column.
Okay, and so is this the same knife that you got as the duplicate knives for 36 and 38, and then tried to get, but got the single edge version with People's 37?
Correct.
And this name here on the line, have you actually gone to the Amazon website and checked out this item?
The item specifically, yes. We had to locate it in order to order it.
Okay, and so, you shopped on Amazon before?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how items have like a description as far as the name of what the item is?
Yes.
Is this text here that we're seeing on line 127 the name for the item description when a user clicks on it?
Yes, it says Smith & Wesson, and then the model number is contained within the body of the description.
All right, but does it include all these other words like 9-inch high carbon SS fixed blade knife with 4.7-inch? Sorry, where did I lose you?
Start over. 9-inch.
Does it contain all these other words of 9-inch high carbon SS fixed blade knife with 4.7-inch dual edge blade and TP handle for outdoor, tactical, survival, and EDC?
So the description of the 9-inch blade, or correction, the 9-inch knife with the description of the blade is, I believe, in the description of the item. It's listed under the Smith & Wesson manufacturer, and then the outdoor, tactical, survival, EDC are the different methods in which you can locate it. So those are like the categories that it's linked to.
Okay, and so then here, going further down the record, were you able to see where the item was shipped to?
Yes.
And where was it shipped to?
It was 762 Hawthorne Lane.
All right, and could you see when the order was completed?
Yes, if you go further to the left at that edge of that page, it says complete, and then has a date. I just can't, the overhead lighting is on, I can't read the exact date.
And so, were you able to look at the search history for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, that's also listed in that document. If you go another tab over where it says search history.
And so, were you able to go to the search history for December 5th?
Yes.
And so were you able to see what things were being searched for on December 5th by Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
All right, so I have here the entries from December 5th, and then what are the terms that are being searched for on December 5th?
The terms that are being searched for is misspellings of the word combat knife.
Okay, anything else other than combat knife?
I believe there's hunting knife as well.
Okay, and then after hunting knife, is there anything else?
I can't see it from here, but I believe so.
Okay. Is it just too small?
Yeah.
All right.
That's okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
After hunting knife, is there anything else?
Again, the misspelling of the combat knife. It's comes at knife, C-O-M-B, I think S-T-K-I-F.
Okay. And are you familiar with computer keyboards?
Yes.
And regarding this misspelling, showing you people's 40 is the S key right next to the A key on a keyboard.
Yes, sir, it is.
And so if we, and for the word combat, if we replace the S with an A, is then properly spelled as combat.
Yes.
And then for the word knife, is not misspelled at all.
I believe on the last entry it's missing the E at the end.
Okay? And so it is short one left.
Yes.
Think of them as evidence. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Sorry. You are the primary investigator at the district attorney's office assigned to this case.
Yes, sir.
You indicated you conducted about 10 to 20 interviews.
Roughly, yes, sir.
But in addition to conducting interviews, you're familiar with the investigation that's been done by other police officers, other investigators.
Yes, I have a rough understanding of what they did.
You reviewed police reports in this case.
Yes.
And sir, you are aware that after Ms. Guillory was stabbed back on May 1st of 2023, that a man named Isaac Cheeseman made statements to both police and the media that the stabber had been at the camp about 2.5 hours earlier, around 9 o'clock, and he chased that stabber. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with Mr. Cheeseman. He was one of the individuals that we had to track down for this case. I did not read a report with his direct statement on it. I know of his involvement as far as a general overview of knowledge. I didn't know that he talked to media or anything like that at all.
Were you, and if you weren't, that's fine, were you aware that Mr. Cheeseman had been making statements that the stabber who stabbed Ms. Guillory was actually at that camp 2.5 hours earlier, and he and some other people had chased him? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of an incident prior to Ms. Guillory's stabbing, but not anything specific from Mr. Cheeseman, no.
Okay. Were you aware that someone had made a claim that the stabber had been there earlier and had been chased?
Yes, that's from conversations with Ms. Guillory.
Did you know that the Davis Police Department had determined as of May 3rd of 2023, 2 days after, that the person who had been chased was a restaurant worker from downtown Davis named Khalid Siddiqui?
No, I didn't know that, sir.
Were you aware of that prior to today?
Prior to you telling me that, no.
So, Mr. Vanderhook asked you some questions about a conversation that was recorded. Did you Did you know you're going to be asked questions about that conversation today?
Yes.
Did you listen to the recording of that conversation to refresh your memory?
Yes, I did.
In that conversation, you don't appear to say anything during the entire conversation. You just sit there and record.
That conversation was kind of like a meet and greet where the attorneys introduced themselves to Miss Guillory. So I wasn't asked to like question her in any way.
So, do you recall, I didn't even hear your voice one time during the conversation, during the recording. Did you even say anything?
Yes, I believe the only time I spoke up was when Mr. DeMora entered the room and they were talking about seating arrangements. Other than that, it was primarily Mr. Vanderhook that spoke.
Mr. DeMora was there?
Yes.
Someone named Aaron was there?
That would be me.
They had it spelled the wrong way.
Uh-oh, it happens.
Was there a female there as well?
Yes, that was the victim advocate, Julia Hernandez.
Julia, okay. I thought there was an Aaron I didn't know.
No worries.
You know I know your name.
Yes, sir.
So it was you, Mr. Vanderhook, Mr. DeMora, Julia Hernandez, and then Miss Guillory.
Yes, sir.
And you said you don't have to tell people you're recording them because you're a peace officer.
Correct.
Peace officers can record people without their knowledge. It's unpermissible under the law.
Yes.
For people who are not peace officers, they need to get permission to record someone.
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And so you did not tell Ms. Guillory that you're recording her conversation?
No, I set my digital recorder right next to her on a couch that she was sitting on in plain view.
You recall at the very beginning, right when your recording went on, that she said, quote, "Makes me sick that he is crying mental. I mean, yeah, after stabbing 2 people, you know, as many times as he did." Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall at approximately 4 minutes and 52 seconds, back up, the person who was doing almost all the conversation with Ms. Guillory was Mr. Vanderhook?
Yes, sir.
At about 4 minutes and 52 seconds into the conversation, you recall Ms. Guillory stating, referring to Mr. Reales Dominguez, "And I'm sure he saw me come home because he had had an altercation with the couple that was over there earlier that night. I didn't know that until way later." Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Vanderhook asked, what are their names again?
Correct.
And then Ms. Guillory said, Isaac and Christine.
Yes, sir.
Then Mr. Vanderhook asked, Mr. and Christine Barrios?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did Mr. Vanderhook say Mr. and Christine Barrios, or?
I think it was Mr. Cheeseman and Miss Barrios, or Christine Barrios, is something to that effect, yes.
And then Ms. Guillory said, yeah. They had been at their tent earlier that night, and he ran him off. He didn't know who he was then. He took off and ran across the street, and he was hiding behind a tree. I came home later, and I think he was still out there. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
When she said that, okay, did you know what she was referring to?
She was aware of the previous incident, and this is from talking to her as far as what she gathered after the fact.
But you knew that Miss Guillory was not present at this previous incident where the person was chased.
By her own statement, yes.
Okay. So this previous incident where someone was chased, that was something she learned from Mr. Cheeseman.
I'm not sure who she learned it from, but she said she learned about it after the fact.
So you knew it was not anything she personally observed?
From her own statement, yes, sir.
And at the time she said this, did you also know that Davis police 2 years earlier had determined that the person who'd been chased was not Mr. Reales Dominguez, but was Khalid Siddiqui?
No, not until you told me his name.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that even though you're a primary investigator, the attorneys have a better understanding of the ins and outs of the case than you. Would that be a fair statement?
They have a greater understanding, yes.
So you, when Ms. Guillory said that, you did not know that what she was saying was false. You didn't know that.
I knew that she was aware of an incident that occurred prior. I didn't know the individual had been identified by Davis Police Department, and I didn't know his name at that point.
Did you at least know that the person was not Carlos Reales Dominguez, or were you uncertain of that either?
Not until you told me today, sir.
Okay. So, I'd like you to assume some facts for me, okay? Assume that Davis Police and Officer Derek Russell, back on May 3rd of 2023, he saw a video of the person being chased and was able to determine that it was Khalid Siddiqui who worked at Steve's Pizza. Can you assume that fact for me?
Yes.
Okay. And also assume that Ms. Guillory was not present for this incident where Mr. Cheeseman and Mr. Osorio chased Khalid Siddiqui. Can you assume that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew from listening to Ms. Guillory that her belief that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been stalking her 2 hours earlier, that was impacting how she felt about the case. It was clear in the interview, correct?
That was her interpretation. That's what she spontaneously stated without being questioned about it, yes.
Given that she was not a witness to this incident with Mr. Cheeseman, it was nothing she observed, and given that it wasn't true, how would someone be contaminating her testimony by telling her, Ms. Guillory, that wasn't Mr. Reales Dominguez, that was someone else? How would that contaminate her testimony?
Who are you saying told it to her?
No one told her. When she repeated this story about Mr. Reales Dominguez being there 2.5 hours earlier, did Mr. Vanderhook speak up and say, ma'am, that wasn't true, that's somebody else? Did he ever tell her that?
No. His only request to her was to tell the truth as far as what she remembered from the incident.
Right, but he asked you about how you don't want to contaminate a witness. How would telling a crime victim that something she'd heard from another unhoused individual was not true, how would that contaminate her testimony?
Because she'll second guess what she believes occurred from what she actually knew on that side of it.
So if they were to tell her, ma'am, Mr. Reales Dominguez was not the person who was at the camp earlier, that would cause her to second guess her testimony?
That would cause her to reevaluate what she believes. From my contacts with her, that's been an issue as far as her leading up to her testimony. She was concerned that she may not remember things correctly.
But you could tell she was relying on something that she didn't observe, which somebody else had told her, and which was 100% not true. What is the harm in telling her, ma'am, that was not him, don't consider that, focus only on what you saw and what you observed at 11:45? What is the harm in doing that?
It can cause her to not provide the information as she believes. That's not what I can do as a police officer. I cannot shape somebody's testimony to have it go towards what I want it to go towards. I have to let it unfold naturally, and if that's what she believes from her talking to other people, that's what she believes. That's where we do our jobs as police officers, to either show it not being true or show how it is true.
So if a person in a different case identifies someone who robbed them, okay, they're saying that's the person who robbed them, and you through investigation realize, you know what, he didn't rob them, he was in another state. You would never tell that crime victim that she was mistaken. You would just let her keep believing that this innocent individual had robbed her? Is that what you're saying?
I would contact my superiors and explain to them what I uncovered in my investigation and see how they want to deal with the issue.
Okay, let me stop there. You have a few more questions on cross?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Detective Mo, thank you for your testimony. Can you be back at 9:30 tomorrow and finish up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it. Have a good night, sir. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then I haven't had a chance to consider this, I'm just being honest, the schedule for tomorrow, other than that it's a full day. I did tell you that I was going to work on that. So I'll try to have an answer first thing in the morning. I'm sorry I'm not able to give it to you sooner. But the trial's on schedule. So right now, in your mind, tomorrow's 9:30 to 4:30, the same. I'm trying to assess whether I can end it earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't get that done before. There's a lot of work to do. So anyway, plan for a full day tomorrow. Remember the three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't form any opinions, don't research, and I'll see everybody back tomorrow on Friday for 9:30 start. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Of the jury. So, Mr. Hutchinson, what happened with respect to your computer screen being live streamed? Give me the facts, and then let's talk about a remedy.
I'm not sure if there's a remedy. I had my HDMI cable plugged in when I was projecting. Then the screen went off, but apparently whatever, so I assume it was off. I leave my HDMI cable in, but apparently it continued to live stream while I worked on my computer.
Okay. And how long? Do you have a timeline, do you think?
I will have to speak to when I first got I'm hopeful it only was a few moments, only 4 minutes.
So you have maybe somebody in the office that was following it and then text you immediately, maybe?
Well, they were trying to contact me,
okay.
And I wasn't, because I was working on my computer, I wasn't checking email, I wasn't looking at text, and they contacted Mr. Moore after they could not reach me, who was kind enough to come over and tell me. But
so Turning Work product was disclosed publicly?
Correct, and I think it was basically the transcript of the conversation. I think that's what I was working on, but there were...
Which witness was this?
It was the conversation between Mr. Vanderhook, Ms. Guillory, and Mr. Moe testified.
So you had the transcript from the video, the audio recording of the interview with Ms. Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes, and I also had some other screens open.
Okay, I can issue an order directing that any information be destroyed if it was improperly, inadvertently recorded that is on its face a Turning Work product, and I can issue that order that it not be republished and not be used and in fact be destroyed.
I would ask the court to issue that order. In all honesty, I think of the things I could have had on my screen, this is probably pretty harmless, but I am concerned that...
Well, let me stop you. Listen, this isn't the first time I've live streamed a trial. I've never had that happen before. I appreciate that. And I would ask all of us to be diligent in that regard. Anyway, I'm not going to stop live streaming it because I think it's an innocent error.
I just have no control over live streaming. From now on, I will unplug my HDMI cable, but
yeah.
I'm not sure who controls live stream, but that was, I had no knowledge.
Well, Francisco does, right? And it was brought to his attention, and he cut it off as soon as he realized it was going on.
And I realized it was an inadvertent mistake, John, and
Okay, all right.
Outstanding. He immediately flashed it on the screen for several seconds, the part he said he was not going to go into.
Can this matter be, I feel lost on this issue, and you're going very fast at me on it. Is it a matter that can be addressed next week with short 2 or 3 page briefs so I can come up to speed on it?
I think if we discuss it at sidebar tomorrow or in chambers tomorrow, we can explain it.
All right. Well, you want to do that? Mr. Mo's going to be back on the stand, so it'd be a great idea if we can get it sorted, then we can use that witness if it works out. So why don't we come at 9 o'clock and we'll have a law in motion on the objection to the Amazon search results. Yeah, we'll just sort it out. Then you can orally argue it, and hopefully I can track at that time. Okay?
And we talk a little bit about
the system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored.